completing the future memory of the black avant-gardes, unquote, as Kodwa Ashun underscored once in a lecture, also here together with MaerzMusik and a collaboration on another yet composer, Julius Eastman, who has been actively negated by the past and future history and memory. This project and exhibition leads into a series of concerts, lectures, performances, radio interventions, and workshops throughout 2020 and 2021. And I would also like to underline and underscore and thank everyone for waiting with us to join us this year in 2021, since we have postponed and delayed the exhibition due to the circumstances we're collectively going through. This project also started, I'm very sorry, the light is very bright in my eyes. The project also started in Dakar in the Dak Art Biennale and was titled Canine Wisdom for the Barking Dog Sextet, exploring the sonic cosmologies of Halim El-Dabh in 2018, to which we have invited Halim El-Dabh, and with whom we continued to travel after his passing. With Here History Began, we propose listening to these footnotes into which El-Dabh has been pushed and possibly bend time to remix history, fast-forwarding and pausing it, rewinding, forwarding it again, pausing it, stopping, almost as if physically spinning on a turntable through temporalities, sonic methods, and geographies, untiming the time and extending the same mix based on repetitions and recirculations of the same thing. Savvy Contemporary has also commissioned artists, composers, performers to produce works crossing from the sonic to the visual to the installative, extra-disciplinary works to pay homage, seek inspiration, reflect on and through the work of Halim El-Dabh. One conversation that I wanted to recall when we were actually riding back with Bonaventure on an U-Bahn together, Bonaventure told me that, quote, living the archive as a method, or we were talking basically about the necessity of thinking and living the archive, and why is it important to do what we do here at Savvy, and why is it important for us also to be invoking and thinking through Halim El-Dabh. And you said to me, quote, living the archive as a method of transmutation of another knowledge beyond exhibiting in forms which objectify subjects, we must think beyond the constructs which follow the pattern of producing knowledge as a good, and rather think of knowledge as a memory, shared experience and reclamation of history. That playfulness, unquote, of course, is brought forth in the title of this project and appertaining the series of invocations which starts today. This project is about bringing Halim back into our lives, back into history, and continuing to pay the much needed and necessary legacy through his work. And maybe I would like to introduce Berno, or welcome you, Berno, to Savvy. As you know, our work is completely inspired by Halim's work, and we have been thinking a lot, actually at the entrance of the exhibition also, about his work titled Layla and the Poet and Visitations. And that's why we're very happy to have you visiting us here today. And I wanted to think with you and through you also about, the question of bringing such an important research and body of knowledge into an institutional framework of the MaerzMusik. Because we have been doing, for many, many iterations now, looking at certain histories, such as Julius Eastman. We did a whole project with Vali Mahlouji on a utopian stage. And we're really, collectively bringing very important voices of people who have been consciously also erased from the history of the avant-garde and the Western quarter of avant-garde music. So, yeah, I would like to ask you, your thoughts about this collaboration specifically in relation to Halim El-Dabh.
Thanks a lot, Camilla. First, I would like to thank you, Camilla, Lynn, Bona, and the whole incredible Savvy team for your hospitality. And I'm still impacted also by the physical presence of all of you. I haven't been here before. I haven't seen you in person for a year, although we have been collaborating intensely on this project. What you addressed is a very complex multi-layered compound of questions. I feel there's a lot of work to do, you know. There's a lot of work to do, and the kind of work to be done, I think, is very much depending on the situatedness of the one who has the work to do. Be it individuals, structures, institutions. And for me personally, I can just say that I experienced these last years also, and very much thanks to our collaboration, as a incredibly enriching, partly painful experience of learning and relearning. And I think the work that I address is a lot about learning. It's a lot about acknowledging limitations of epistemologies, of cultural practices, of education, and many other aspects that touch one person deeply and forms this person. And in this sense, it's a work against ignorance. That is a cultural ignorance, and I feel that as an possible extension of a personal work in this regard, one can bring some of these insights or practices into the realm of work, right? But I think it starts from a personal point. It starts from relating differently to the world, to knowledge, to people, down to intimate relationships. And and from there, I believe the work has to start in institutions, because obviously institutions are manifestations or externalizations of cultural practices. And I think that's a slow process. I think one should not expect fast change, also because I think fast change often is no change, or is a simulacrum of change. And I think that is a process that has started in many places, is starting in a very messy way all around the world, as I perceive very much that we're living in a time of transformation. And we have to, as Julius Eastman said, stay on it.
So thank you, Benno. Thank you, Camilla, for the deep introduction and thoughts on Halim El-Dabh's work, and Benno, especially your reflections on the change we are all perceiving, which, as you said, doesn't have to be fast, but has to be deep, you know, so profundity is important in this. What we've been thinking about at Savvy in general is maybe the notion of de-erasure in this context, in this particular context. And one would say, first of all, trying to understand the mechanisms invested in processes of erasure and how to undo that erasure, which I think is as important as opening new doors. You know, we have to open the other ones that have been closed, you know. So, as I've written about before, de-erasure, that is the ability to make reappear, to rewrite, to re-articulate, and rephrase what was erased. Not in relation or reaction to an existing canon, but in relation to the relevance of the thing or the person itself. So I think that is a core point. In working on Halim El-Dabh's, reading Halim El-Dabh's work, listening to Halim El-Dabh in the past years, would say a decade or so, one thing that has also become very important, especially with the practice at Savi, is not just to, explore the way Halim El-Dabh has been pigeonholed. That kind of genealogy that puts him within the framework of electronic music, and that should suffice. But how do we go beyond that? How do we listen intensively to his recordings around the world, to his writings, as a musicologist, to his writings as a political being, So these have been very important. But also to listen to his compositions as philosophy in itself. And I would like to point out just a few of his compositions and read out why I think they are philosophical groundings. So the first I would like to mention is a piece from 1949, Evolution and Decadence, which explored the idea of music evolution, the notion of musical and tonal emergence and decay, which reflects on simple sounds, a single tone, and explored the evolution of the tone through time and the different elements of the universe until the single sound converged with other sounds, postulating that there was only one tone in the world and all sounds came from that single pitch. The second piece is Medhat in the Art of Kita from 1955, in which one thinks about what generates a sound, how sound is meaningful, in which he embraces the Egyptian poetry notion and structure of the whole, Kita, in part as being part of a unit, Medhat, and the unit as part of a whole. The concept is geared towards the listener rather than the composer himself. The third is a reflection on how harmony evolves from frictions, dissonances, around points of unison in superimposed melodic lines. The fourth is Meditation on White Noise from 1959 for electronic tape, where he reflects about the physicality and materiality of noise, from which he could chisel out music as a sculpture. The fifth is, accompanied him all through his practice, being synesthetic, how he related colors to specific sounds and vice versa. And the sixth and last I want to talk about today is a piece from 1981 called Tonography, inspired from Egyptian and Ethiopian chants. The piece examines new possibilities of performing artists to experience their bodies in relation to tone and space. And he says, movement gesture in the process of generating sound helps shape the production of tone. Sound tones after inception shape up the space. The musician follows the tone in gesture movement to delineate the action of his tones in space by the guidance of a language of symbols and designs. So the performance informs the sound informs the performance. Thank you.
Here, just to acknowledge as well the many hands that put this program together. So at Savi, we never do things alone. And also a word of thanks, a special word of thanks to all the artists who take part and form also this program, because without their dedication and also following up on their artistic practice, we actually wouldn't have a program, even more importantly in these precarious times. So here to acknowledge also the artists that accompany us tonight. Of course, Halim El-Dabh, Medhat Aldaabal, Lois Alexander, Jessie Cox with Wu Wei and Nicola Hein, Ali Demirel, Jessica Ekomane, Mena Hanna, Ali Hasan, Sofia Jernberg, Mazen Kerbaj, Magda, Lorenzo Sandoval, and Wassermann. And also a fantastic team here. that profoundly holds this chaotic house and the madness together. Special thanks to our artistic director, Bonaventure Soveng Dikung, whose birthday is today. Happy birthday here. Kamila Medwali, Ono Chimen, Lili Somoji, Ola Tsilinska, Antonio Pedro Mendes, Mohamed Salah Abdulaziz, Billy Fovo, Lema Sikot, Anna Yeager, Juan Pablo Garcia Sosa, Kimani Joseph, Emilio Cordero, Bert Günther, Monilola Ilupeju, Sagal Farah, Rafael Lazar, Kelly Krugman, Abhishek Nilamba, Sanya Gergoric, Olivia Oyama, Ranaf Atikalari, and his fantastic Boiling Head Media team. Also, Berno Odo Polzer, who we are very grateful that we have this long-term collaboration since actually 2016 we started to talk. And the massive MaerzMusik team, who also is supporting us and on all ends. Also, this ongoing research has been built paper by paper, sound upon sound, through intensive research and collaboration with those who worked closely with Halim El-Dabh, his friends and family, and various institutions. We would like to extend our warm thanks to Habib El-Dabh, Dawn Carson, Ron Slabe, Grant Marquis, Magda Saleh, Kara Gilgenbach from Kent State University Libraries, Special Collections and Archives, Jan Sen and Melissa Olson from Kent State Magazine, Nick Patterson from Music of the Librarian at Columbia University, Seth Cluett from Columbia Computer Music Center, Oliver Tobin, Ellen Graff, and Peggy Lyman from the Martha Graham Company, Alice Shields, Tom Holmes, George E. Lewis, James Vaughan, Hasan Hajuiri, Tommy McCutcheon, Greg Adams, Cecilia Petterson, Karen Milburn, Robert Leopold, Michael Mason from the Smithsonian Institute, Colette Lucas, Janet L. Stanley, Jeff Ingram, Robin DeFog from BBC Radio 4, Jeff St. Clair, Nasri Saharia, and B. Lorenzo Roace from the Harlem Institutional Film Festival, and the archives of Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture, the New York Public Library for the Performing Arts Archives, and Howard University Archives. A special thank you here as well to Deborah El-Dabh, who continues to carry Halim El-Dabh in her ongoing generosity to keep his music, spirit, and legacy alive. Without her guidance and support, our collective work would have not been possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hasan, and I'm going to introduce him shortly. So Ali Hasan is a Syrian Darabukka drum player. His passion for music and dance have supported him with exploring the sound of percussion music instrument through his journey walking to Europe in the early 2015. These elements have created a deep playground for him to experiment into the contemporary artistic world inside the harmonic relationship between movement, body, and tunes, the action and the reaction between dance and music, and the emotional sensitivity of the rhythms. Since 2016, he has been working with the company Sasha Wald's Guest. He's also a composer, a curator, and a music consultant for the Resident Music Collective in Humboldt Forum in Berliner Schloss. Today, in 2020, and after finishing a long discovery journey with the magical handpan in Berlin Handpan Academy by the master Zine Atopov, he's currently learning with the master Mohammad Reza Mortazavi on DAF, besides producing electronic music. Thank you so much. It was really, really beautiful. So our next performance is going to be a dance performance from Lois Alexander, who is a dancer and choreographer living in Berlin. She graduated from the Juilliard School with a Bachelor of Fine Arts in Dance in 2014, and since then has worked with various choreographers and directors such as Christoph Winkler, Romeo Castellucci, and Susanne Linke. With her choreography, Lois is inspired by what Tina Kam describes as textured identities and hopes to use the embodied nature of dance and performance to articulate an in-between migratory state from a Black feminist perspective. In 2020, Lois premiered her solo Neptune during Tanztage Berlin in co-production with Sofia and Zele and Dancemakers Amsterdam. Lois has been in residency in Dancemakers Amsterdam, Ada Studio, and Lake Studios Berlin. In 2021, Lois created Black Venus, a video work commissioned by Praxis, curatorial platform, and in the frame of Montag Modus, Ecology of Attention. Lois Alexander is one of the selected Airwaves 2021 artists. Thank you.
Okay. So it's my great pleasure to introduce you to the very first panel of tonight with Ali Hasan, who we just heard before, Jessica Ekomane, and Lorenzo Sandoval. I'm going to quickly read out your biography as well. So Lorenzo Sandoval was nominated for the Berlin Art Prize. He's a longtime friend, artist and curator, designer, all kinds of things. He was nominated for the Berlin Art Prize in 2018 and Premio Arte Contemporáneo Cervezas Alhambra 2020. He was part of the Miracle Workers Collective representing the Finland Pavilion and the Venice Biennial 2019. In 2020, he presented Shadow Writing, the pieces from all the chapters of the project curated by Emanuel Guidi at Centro Paragoa in Murcia. Together with Tono Vizcaíno, he's preparing Industria, Matrices, Tramas y Sonidos for IVAM. Since 2015, Lorenzo Sandoval runs the Institute for Indotic Research in Berlin-Neukölln, which has opened its venue in 2018, co-directed by Benjamin Busch and recently by our dear Awefa Amosuvi. Jessica Ekomane is a sound artist, a long-time collaborator as well. She's a French-born and Berlin-based electronic musician and sound artist. Her practice unfolds around live performances and installations. Her quadraphonic performances, characterized by their physical effect, seek a cathartic effect through the interplay of psychoacoustics, the perception of rhythmic structures in the interchange of noise and melody. Her ever-changing and immersive sonic landscapes are grounded in questions such as the relationship between individual perception and collective dynamics, or the investigation of listening expectations and their societal roots. She released her debut album, Multivocal, on Important Records in 2019. Welcome, everyone. So, also for you to know, Lorenzo Sandoval and Jessica Ekomane, they're both in our current show as well, with pieces here. And Jessica is going to perform tonight at the Haus der Berliner Festspiele within the MaerzMusik program as well. Maybe I quickly also read about your performance later, which is called Music Enriched by Traditions from the Depth of Time, 2021 world premiere. Between the lines of Halim El-Dabh's work, one can perceive his continuous interest for questions of class, labor, and collectivity. The performance takes its title from a 1964 New York Times article by Halim in which he describes the vernacular musical language of street musicians in Ethiopia. His work with the same group using 20th century techniques and his intention in placing them as a teacher in the university institution. The aforementioned project also demonstrates Halim's interest in creating a bridge between Arabic and sub-Saharan African worlds. Taking the pentatonic scale of the Baka people in Cameroon, as well as elements of algorithmic compositions as a starting point, Music Enriched by Traditions from the Depth of Time is a study on both randomness and non-equal temperament. The piece hints at a fusion of rhythm and melody, all the while echoing Halim's research towards an African pianism. Maybe also, would you like to give us, I don't know, like a more in-depth or pragmatic introduction to what we're going to hear later on?
I think you said a lot of things about it already, so maybe we will continue to discuss it during this panel. But yeah, I think one main element that probably you are going to hear right away is this scale from the Baka people in Cameroon. And I think what was interesting for me was also to kind of make a fusion between this tradition of computer music and algorithmic music, etc., with this also complex musical structures that the Baka people are using. So I'm also making references to certain, to their way of working with polyphony, for example, which is something also I'm working with quite often, certain rhythmical structure, trying to go toward this using randomness. Yeah, and I think the link there is also because the Baka people themselves are like particular, let's say, people that are called pygmy also from time to time, are in maybe similar situation as those street musicians in Ethiopia, where they are really not belonging or kind of ostracized from society. And I thought that it was really interesting that Halim is kind of repeatedly hinting at some maybe ways of thinking of artistic production beyond the work itself or beyond aesthetic. And this was for me something that is maybe less talked about in his work, but the most inspiring, like something that really strikes me and makes him really forward thinking. Yeah.
Beautiful, thank you. I'm very much looking forward to your performance later on. Also, Ali Hasan, thank you so much for your performance. Maybe also, would you want to carry us a bit through that process that you had while translating the tabla compositions into the DAF, and what we experienced with you here in the space?
Yeah. So actually, like for me, like when I received the first time about Halim's music, and actually I didn't know him really before like this event to happen, and like I felt on one side that I'm ashamed that I'm Arabic native and I didn't really hear about Halim before. Like maybe it's a thing that always like has been exported from Egypt, that a certain classical music section has been always like exported, and we didn't really like hear about like such a genius person who has been like creating all of this great composition. For me, Sonic 7 was like the composition that he made, actually, like which I kind of like get inspired by with my performance here. And when we were talking like just a few minutes ago, and we were asking like, what does contemporary instrument means nowadays, you know, and like what does like tabla, and like does tabla is really like yeah. Does it really like contemporary? Is it not contemporary? Who would decide this? And how can we really like bring out the sound of it? And like for me, the loop machine, the RC545, was really like helping so much like into bringing a new melody, or like bringing some maybe colors to the rhythm. So it's not anymore raw. It's like now colorful, and like all that the inspiration has been coming from Halim, actually. Yeah. What also like stood in my faces was the crossing into the electric magnetic. This album was like really interesting. The recording of the wire, like in the 1944 when he took like from the ceremony. That was like an incredible piece actually for me. Maybe I listened to it like maybe 10 times in the last like few days. And yeah, I think it's a really like interesting way also to keep on using all of these like methods into a new art and into using it into healing, actually. That's what I really like see it from this corner nowadays, that if we use this like all of these researches into healing, into the health direction plus the art, I think it's like really a great way to be used. Yeah.
Beautiful, thank you. Also, when you said you didn't know Halim El-Dabh before and you were surprised, we also wanted to say, you know, it's not only about thinking of people who are outside the canon, who are not really put in this shrine, but it's also not about creating an alternative canon, because we say, you know, what is this process of decanonize? And also, if you think about this very violent construct of this is put to the light and then other things are put to shade, you know. And we're also playing with the title, as you mentioned here, History Began, which is titled by a composition that's played at the pyramids. And it's by Halim El-Dabh. And we also try to say in this collective attempt, where we invite artists who are inspired or maybe activated by his work, we question, you know, when is history written by whom as well? And maybe on this note, also Lorenzo, who was with us also in 2018 in Dakar, in the first iteration we dedicated to Halim El-Dabh. Maybe I read something about your work that you have here in the show. When you enter Sa, we actually have 6 curtains there, and they're called the Constellations of Halim El-Dabh. So they consist of 6 curtains with archival material printed on canvas, conceptualized and displayed by Lorenzo Sandoval. The display of the archival material of Halim El-Dabh works as a literal soft archive printed on textile. These 6 textiles are organized in 2 different ways. In the external area, instead of a classical linear timeline format, there are 3 different constellations organized around 3 chapters around El-Dabh's artistic and sonic philosophies, which are meanings of sound, crossing the electric, magnetic, and trans-sonority. The information of these constellations can be interpreted as a color score, creating resonations in between the different circles, proposing an understanding of we form circle the time instead of a linear one. And the work that we have below here from Hammock Score number 1 is a textile pattern composition, acrylic paint on canvas and ropes. While composed of a painting inspired by textile patterns, the painting works as a hammock, a functional object that can be used for resting, sitting, and laying, a place to hear the surroundings and practice deep listening. Another layer of the work is that it is a score to be eventually played, as you can see in the video work, played during the opening in Dakar, inspired by Halim El-Dabh's use of the old Egyptian color notation system. Within these layers, the piece seeks for opening the perception about the understanding of where a score can be found and how to apply a sonic understanding of the patterns of everyday life, proposing a series of transactions and translations with the surroundings. And you also created a video, which is quite impressive, that you can see while laying on the hammock, in collaboration with Pedro Andre. Maybe you want to tell us more about your approach and how things developed from 2018 to actually 2020, when we were supposed to have the exhibition, also already with Jessica and Lorenzo, which for obvious reasons we had to postpone. But
yeah, so there's like something I've been working with since long time in these projects and in other ones, but actually it was fundamental to get to know in depth the work of Halim, which actually it's like the thinking of like how patterns, like any kind of patterns, like they give you a sense of rhythm, but also that it has both political and I would say eco-social implications, like how patterns do organize like everyday life of human and non-human beings. And that creates a series of interactions, but also creates like a sense of time. So actually what you understand or looking at patterns or feeding patterns, like what you are creating is a sense of continuity, which brings like different perceptions of time. Like for example, like the work of Tegene, it would be a very good example as well, like thinking the synesthesia and processes of translation. These processes of translation, it's like some of the key elements I understand from Halim's work, which it is like as he was a synesthete, understanding the combinations of color and sound, like how one can bring you to another one. That's why I was thinking as well, like how like the reading an archive by itself, it could be producing a series of protocols. And a series of protocols, actually, it's like a mode of scoring, which also connects with, Jessica, you were talking about algorithms. And I think that's important to think about possible genealogies. Like the practice of genealogy making, Halim, I think it's quite important. Bona was mentioning before, like his work as a philosopher. Yeah, I would think also as well, like his positions as a scientist as well, somehow. Like thinking about mathematics when he's using and thinking like the like some elements from the pyramids, like the history of mathematics, it's like very present there as well. And also we should think like the connections that there were between mathematics and music. Like it has a long tradition in many different cultures. I think that's one of the elements of Halim. So for me, it's also like a project, the one of Halim and the collective around Halim. Also like how to rethink not only like the genealogies, like erase Halim from music, but knowledge as such, and like the possibility of introducing and questioning and recombining a series of epistemologies, which I would say it's also like a political project, not only of history writing. In that sense, like in the video we were making, Pedro and me, it was before a radio piece because of the situation. And then we did an organization quite subjective, like it happens in the curtains. And it's like a circular structure. It doesn't have an end or a beginning. That's important to mention. And it's organized around 5 different chapters, which are quite open and, again, subjective and I would say random, which is color, waves, mathematics, rhythm, and space. And for producing this work, I was quite inspired as well. We were quite inspired by the text Rhythm Analysis by Lefebvre, yeah, which I think like it brings a lot of cues.
There's so much, Lorenzo. You just throw everything on the table. Maybe I also wanted to add, like on your hammock, you know, where people can actually lay down to see the video and be set in rhythm while watch the video. You yourself, like in a very like in Dakar in the evening, you stamped the hammocks yourself with colors. And I wanted to ask you also about the relation to the frequency of colors and also the frequencies, because I remember in the video you also tap into that, different frequencies and also the connections between these two.
Yeah, like what we did there with Amadou was who was playing there in one of the 3 hammocks that they were at display and for using as hammocks. Yeah, like we did well, actually with Amadou, like he was assigning some notes to the colors, and that was I would say like closely to maybe like percussion, that it's like not so much clear like the annotations. I think there are way more ways to work with the annotation there. It's quite more free, I would say. I also have to say, like, I don't have a clue about music, making music myself, so I always have to collaborate with musicians. And what I try to do always is try to work with these recombinations. With the hammocks, there was also something important, which was like while was the performance happening in the opening, we never announced the performances. So the idea was like the ongoing noise of the opening. Like it was like to annotate these like 3 points in the space that they were quite far from each other. So adding these like small elements to the general noise of the opening. So like also like thinking this question of noise as well, and the different additions like could produce like sounds.
And talking about waves, I also wanted to go back to Jessica, because actually behind this wall is your art piece, which is a 4-channel installation, a sound installation, which is called Worlds Within Worlds. And in the description it says, through rhythms and sine wave frequencies, shifting in real time, Worlds Within Worlds brings to experience the resulting data of a paper called Finding the Probability of Doors Being Open Using a Continuous Position Longer. Maybe you also want to say something about the study, but first of all, can you also tell us how you thought about sine waves and frequencies, also in relation to what we just said?
Actually, it's really good that you brought this point of rhythm analysis, because I came to the same conclusion watching what Halim was doing. And I think maybe it's more I discuss this more in this piece, I think, because it's also about connected to what I said before, workers' conditions, etc. Because what I found interesting is that there's this study calculating the probability of door being open, so the percentage of chance that door is open at any time, which is quite absurd. Somehow it's kind of a really niche study, university study. But then actually it reveals a lot about, if you read between the lines somehow, it reveals a lot about relationship between workers, etc., which is connected to what I was trying to point out before with Halim. And about frequency and rhythm, I think it's also really important in Halim process in general. This is trying to highlight this other way of producing knowledge maybe and understanding things. And I think, which is something that Lefebvre say also in rhythm analysis, that rhythm is something that everybody has in common and everybody understands. And I think this is kind of the key point or like relationship that can, the glue between everything. There will be a little bit of, rhythm is quite important also for what I'm going to play tonight, because the rhythmical part, the short rhythmical part is actually the same as the melody, just it's just different language, but it's exactly the same process that you hear. And yeah, and so in this piece, some of the statistics are translated through rhythm, and during non-working hours, they are translated through frequency. Not the frequency themselves, because the frequency are randomly generated, but the frequency at which the frequencies are chosen. So let's say the frequency at which the next pattern is happening is decided. Yes. Did I answer the question?
Yeah, I love when I ask a question. Actually, I have 5 more questions after. Also, both Lorenzo and Jessica talked about rhythm analysis by Lefebvre, and this was actually inspiring us in a long-term project on rhythm analysis, actually. And another project that came to my mind, because you said something about colors and also color notation and also healing. And in another project that we had 2 years ago in 2019, it was called Ultrasanity. We also had a chapter in Essaouira, where we collaborated with small spaces, and we were there during the Gnawa festival. And we also tapped into this whole world of colors, and also in this tradition of understanding colors and which ghosts carry which colors, and how also a healing process. So not so much only knowledge production, but also like to understand different rhythms through sound and also the colors. Maybe you want to say something about this? Not about the Gnawa festival.
Yeah, from a rhythmic side, or like from maybe deaf was my. Is it okay? Yes. Yeah. Deaf was like the last instrument. Actually, I was trying to be inside really deeply, and if you look around the whole global or like the whole planet, you see that frame drum has like this strength in the healing ceremonies, in the shamanic, in the yoga sessions, in the breathing sessions, that the frame drum exactly as a simple instrument is creating a very like warm, maybe rhythm to the ears. That was like maybe the last conclusion. And with the frame drum and like all of this, like practicing inside like the yoga sessions and the meditations, I found out that really it's one of the main elements. So you cannot really do, as an example, like hold a space and create like a circle of like a breathing, or like to meditate together or something, without a rhythmic thing, without a frame drum. If we go deeper inside it, I do think that like mostly the rhythms that generated out of 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 are more effective in this line. And I think like this here is like comes the point that Lorenzo maybe was speaking, that you don't really find out where is the one. So this is actually like where we are like really speaking. So once we play a rhythm or like a frequency or like anything live, and you don't notice where one is, then you are creating a space. And once the space is created, it's like the mind is like getting more maybe comfortable or like more, the mind can breathe. Maybe this is like how the last maybe thing came to my mind, you know? So yeah, and according to the Gnawa you were talking about, actually like it's at the end, it's a spiritual gathering. It's a musical, but it's a spiritual also. And like once we are creating any beyond world, this is where we are actually like in the different from this reality. Then we are entering a new space that can clear our minds from a lot of things that stuck in our minds. So here where we are talking about like, yes, it's for me, it's like a little gate. So once we play, once I really like play and I play a little bit like more, I enter. And that is like maybe the rhythmic magic, or like this is where I found like really is like the main attractive point that brought me to this like exact moment or the exact point.
Super beautiful, very beautiful. I like it, yeah. Also, I was thinking, you know, we as human bodies, as a corpus, we are polyrhythmic entities because we have so many fluids in our bodies flowing in a very different rhythm, also having different densities. And I was also thinking, because you just talked about, you know, collective rhythm and something spiritual. And I think naturally different bodies react differently to, you know, like when they tap into a frequency or a rhythm as well. And actually I lost my track or where I wanted to land. But in one way I was also thinking about annotating, you know, because Camila, who is the curator of the show and the mastermind behind this entire project, she said, okay, annotating. And I thought, okay, annotating, but it's not only about, you know, how you place or how you make a sketch of notes on how you put down rhythms or frequencies, but it's also in a way kind of like to put a footnote, no? To kind of make your own understanding of something. And it's not about simplifying the legacy of Halim El-Dabh, but also what is our own relation, no, to this legacy in a way. And you're nodding 50 times. Maybe you have to say something about that.
Yeah, no, when you were talking, I was thinking a lot about there's like this beautiful comment of Michel de Certeau, who says something like the act of reading, it's an act of writing. So while you are reading and putting together different references, actually that's already a new composition. And the practice of annotating, I would say it's something quite similar, no? And I think, yeah, like it's like, for example, the practice of curatorship, it's very much connected to annotating. You are bringing the work of many different people together.
Sorry, the act of curating or the act of?
Curating.
Curating.
Yeah, or editing, or playing in orchestra. Like there are many people like bringing content together. And by that, it's not all the singular works that they are there, but they are composing a whole. And this whole is affected by each. In that sense, it's very much like, to go back to Halim's work, Magda in the Art of Gita, it's pretty much that. It's like you can have access to the whole through the part, but the whole gives you access to the part as well. Or did they say it well? Maybe. Yeah, so it's, that's, again, this is a political project. When you understand that we need to have a collective, a community, but each single of us should be also him or herself, and together we are something bigger, that's quite important as well as a project. Mm-hmm. That's comparable to annotating each other's. Mm-hmm.
Always, I feel like when it goes to this side, it's always about the working class and rhythm and very political, and we're like dreaming and colors.
They're both complementary.
Also, Jessica, because I was thinking when you were just talking about, you know, like not condensing, but something minimal. I had to think about performance that you did, which was called Figures Ground, a quadraphonic sound composition. And in a way, it was very minimal. We were in a space that was quite dark, 4 speakers, and we were constantly kind of activated by sound shooting from all corners. And it was beyond my comprehension. It was very minimal in a way. But yeah, maybe you can elaborate on kind of putting things like not condensing, but what's in there in this minimal moment?
So you mean talking about the figures ground work, explaining more? I mean, what I did there is really related to what I did also with multivocal. It's kind of, I annotated myself. It's like a footnote to the album. But the basic rhythmic principle is a principle of phasing. And what I found interesting is that because we're in this really long temporality of 20 minutes where you know how the piece is going, there's no next musical moment to look forward to because you know what is going on, but yet it's changing totally. So it was kind of about changing your perception of music itself. And also maybe about, I mean, this is where I realized, like in hindsight, that a lot of things I'm doing were actually connected to rhythm analysis also. About the unpredictability of those rhythm also, because it's shifting 1 millisecond at a time. So it's a kind of, let's say, lower time frame than the usual the musical time frame, because there's no, I think in music, no notation that notes 1 millisecond, right? So for example, those shifts are really difficult to notate on the score also. So it was really about holding attention somehow and also kind of playing with the rhythm of the body. I have a lot of trouble to explain it because I think it's really something you need to experience at the end. So I think that
I ask you because for me, the shift of this millisecond.
I mean, this is why I'm doing this in a way. I mean, it's really about the experience of things somehow, and this is where I also relate to this idea of rhythm analysis. Because the rhythm is speaking more, it's saying more than what I'm saying now, in a way. Mm-hmm.
Ali, is there a way for you when you play the Darbuka to kind of like annotate a millisecond?
Not a millisecond, like maybe the closest I arrived to the quarter note. So when I could like, this like was the maximum because like I'm still so far like I didn't use or like I don't have this connection with computer. So you know what do I mean? So like maybe I don't have this like really connection. I still like have my like my hands should get hurted so I can really feel what I'm doing, especially because also when I do stuff with dancers and like when we interact, so someone is sweating and someone is really getting tired, so I have to get tired also, not only mentally but also physically. So this is like was the thing for me like so far. I didn't go deeper inside the electronic section or like the computer or like going inside like the Ableton so far or like all the new production that I don't really know how to use. I have like this little young guy with the darbukas, and these are like now my little world. So I do really highly appreciate what like these genius guys next to me are speaking and doing like millisecond. It's like wow, you know, but it's like I don't know. Everyone like is just like finding his or her own like place in the music.
I was just thinking when you talked about, you know, fractals, frequency, milliseconds, fatigue in, you know, partners who you collaborate with, and a quarter note. I thought about elongated time because actually at Savi is one of these core principles, I think, to kind of really try to elongate the time. And also like the entire crew here is actually working for almost 12 hours straight, because we love to have a program that's full from 12 to 12, 3 days and so forth, because it's a momentum of fatigue where we also say it's very important to discover, you know, how you actually react or how you feel, how you allocate yourself, your body, when you're just completely saturated. When you did see fantastic performances, when you did hear fantastic talks, but when you're completely tired. But then we also say it's the least that one can do, you know, when we actually talk about working class and the rhythm that they're kind of like put in, you know, for how can we actually talk about these issues without really putting our bodies into the same rhythm? And yeah, I was just thinking about that as well when you said fatigue.
Like at the very end, I don't know, like maybe because also this has come from the experience that I had from coming from healthcare, like from like study as and studied medicine and involved like later on into the percussion, like to work with bodies and with the dance field exactly. That always created this like connection between the rhythm I do and the group who's moving. So when the workshops, like we arrived to 100 people and they had one drum. So it was always like hard, like in moments like, okay, this is like the little engine that move all of these bodies, you know? So that's like the world, like I still like exist inside it. But now with meeting all of these like nice guys, I feel like, wow, now we are entering a new level of this experience. Yes.
So before you said something about healing and about drums, I was just thinking about Halim El-Dabh Symphony for 1,000 drums, and he said if 1,000 people would hit a drum, it would actually change something. I agree, yeah.
I just wanted to say something about what you just said, because I think it was a really good comment about also experiencing this living condition, not only describing from outside. I mean, for me, it's something that I relate directly because I come from a working class background, and actually a lot of my first jobs were in factories and things like that. So, but I think it's really important to have this experience to understand. Because also for me, I mean, going from there and then coming here, for example, it's also another world, another way of thinking, also thinking about your everyday, what you're doing every day, or what is your work time dedicated to, and how it is separated to your personal time, etc. And once again, even if you read a lot of literature about this, I think this is where the experience is saying more than what you can find in the text. Yeah.
Thank you for saying that as well. We have, I think, 50 seconds left. Lorenzo, Sandoval, you want to say something?
I think I already talked enough. If you have any question, I'm happy to answer, but otherwise I'm super fun. Just super fun. Just thank you for bringing us together and bringing us to this amazing project, which I think it's very important, like super important. Yeah.
So thank you all for coming. We're very much looking forward to hear and sense your performance later on. Yeah, and stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
Le piangono trona o angerafa casci. Kotian se maut se maut te yemeleş beran te yemeleş sun teşmedu yun beşalş lemnu le piangono trone in Africaci. Le piangono trona o giraffe che si le piangono trona in Africaci. While in quarantine in my hotel room in Berlin, I came to think of Johann Sebastian Bach. I started to search for information about what he might have composed during this time of year. Apparently, he was not allowed to write any figurative or advanced music during the fasting period. The church organ needed to be silent. He could write chorals. I found one choral, BWV 387. That's the melody I'm singing now. the past month, I've been listening to a lot of music by Halim El-Dabh. The songs I played on my phone were recorded by him in Ethiopia in 1963. This is Halim playing the piano. While in my hotel room, I also came to think of a musician I miss playing with, Corey Smythe. He showed me this AI rendered music. City, are you shining? Oh. City of no. Just embrace, just embrace, just embrace. City of
Oops. Thank you very much for being with us today. You were just listening to two pieces composed in honor of Halim El-Dabh. Quote, if there is an inspiration for this piece of music, it's somehow in that passage, in between the vibrating birds, the yelling scarabs, and the mirrors and the bees. The piece also contains a snippet of a Coptic chant sung and distorted through various permutations. I hope, given our shared heritage, that this would be a familiar sound for Halim, unquote. Mena Hanna, who has composed for Halim, a solo piece for voice written for Sofia Jernberg, world premiere 2021. Following the piece that you listened to, we were also listening to Sofia Jernberg's pieces and compositions titled One Pitch, Birds for Distortion and Mouth Synthesizers from 2015, as well as a premiere of To Bathe Sore Hearts. The piece focused on the ideas and practices of inspiration as being invited and introduced to contribute to pay homage to Halim El-Dabh. Delving into the great amount of sound work produced and recorded by El-Dabh, including his ethno-musicological research, recordings from the Republic of Congo, Egypt, Ethiopia, Guinea, Mali, Morocco, Niger, Nigeria, Senegal, South Africa, Sudan, the Democratic Republic of Congo, then Zaire. The artist reflects on other inspirations that nurtured her throughout her life. As she travels to perform, she recollects the impressions that nurtured her practice, from listening to Bach, who was one of her childhood favorites, to AI-rendered music, which is a new territory she is discovering recently. Hence, the challenge she faced with this piece is how to connect her sources and her inspiration through the various references that she had to Halim El-Dabh. Thank you very much.
I don't know, it seems like I'm made out of sound. I realize that my body is sound.
It comes from the sphere and it comes out. The composition in my mind turns into color within me, because color is a high frequency, and high frequency translates itself into lower frequencies of the sound we can hear. So this is an instant creation, and I keep adding movements to Canine Wisdom Revisited that I started a year ago.
Everybody will close their eyes. Keep your eyes closed until you hear the first sound that's realized from the frequencies of colors, from the color music notation. So here we are, bringing a group of musicians together and connected into the idea of karo music, and connected into the idea of the vibration of the sound. Here the dog has a very high sensitive feelings at a high level of frequencies. So because of this high frequency in the dog perception, I said, well, the dog has some wisdom, and I want to revisit that wisdom and create a new work called His Wisdom Revisited. Now the air is clean, so we can start with the music of colors, the music of colors, the color music notation from the ancient times, from 100 BC to 2008. All right, we start.
The scale, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C sharp, D sharp, F sharp, G sharp, A sharp. And as I said, it could be a musical scale or the organization of the planets back in relationship to the harmonies of the spheres. So now I'm going to use, I'm kind of trying to visualize what's happening here on this canvas so I can create that composition.
This frequency is a perception that one has above the hearing level. It translates itself into light. It translates itself into voltage energy, electric energy. And so if I create a vibration of sound, that vibration of sound will catch with the color I'm perceiving, and that in itself will create some kind of light, and this connection creates some kind of electric voltage. Look at it now as spheric colors. Look at it as something to do with the planets. Looking at it as a cluster of sound instead of a single sound. But it's amazing how this work came into being, you know? Yeah. It was just within the body, within the mind, within the spheres, and psh, comes right out.
Okay, hello. So the next performer is Lois Alexander again, and I would like to introduce her piece for those who are tuning in now. Her piece is called Meditation in White Sounds, Variation 1, 2, and 3, created for this event. Meditation in White Sounds is also a piece of Halim. And through this piece, she invoked the spirit of Halim El-Dabh by engaging in a body-based dialogue with his piece, Meditation in White Sound, that was composed in 1959 for electronic tape. Merging her contemporary dance practice with the sensing of Afro-diasporic folklore dances, Lois texturally riffs through and with the transformation of sound in Halim El-Dabh's seminal work. Working with the body and is gestured as a site to commune with other realms, Lois understands that through the act of looking back, one can then speak to futurity. With this performance, Lois is resonating with the material of the immaterial to embody a multiplicity of blackness. Meditation in White Sound, Variation 1, 2, and 3 is a sketch of these different manifestations within blackness, body, and sound. Thank you.
That's a good start. So once more, good evening, and thank you very much for the brilliant performances until now and the wonderful panel earlier. It's a wonderful day today to celebrate, first and foremost, to celebrate the life of Halim El-Dabh and his work that spanned 8 decades. It's also a great opportunity for us to celebrate the short life of a colleague, Bona Manga Kingsley Bell, who passed on just a week ago. What we take with us from that passing is the importance of entities in a whole. Each part of a whole counts. Everybody, every so-called individual informs the society, and the society informs individuals as well. And I think that is very much at the core of the concept of the Magda in the Art of Kita, which was the title of a piece that Halim El-Dabh composed in 1955. But it's also based on a poetry structure, poetry system in Egypt, in which one reflects on the Magda, the unit, as an important component and something that influenced the whole, the Kita, and vice versa. Which I think is also, I would say, a negation maybe of the notion of the individual, if the individual would have to mean indivisible. Being part of a whole, we are all divisible. We are all part of that whole. We make that whole, and the whole makes us. It was very important also to look at this concept, which is one of, I would say, 8 philosophical concepts that we've been studying, in Halim El-Dabh's work. And I would say the great thing about it is Halim considered every giver of sound, anything that produces sound, to be as important and something he could work with. And I kind of see that in a lot in your work. And I would have to start by saying that it's a great honor for me to be on this stage in this panel with you 3. I've known you on different scales, and it's really a great pleasure. So I'll start by introducing each of you, which we find very important to do a proper introduction at Savi, so people know who you are, especially because this is streamed. And I'll start with Magda Myers, whose work I've known for a few years now, especially because she's been very much like a pendulum within the different spheres of the visual arts, be it with Documenta 12, I think it was, or the Berlin Biennial, but also in musical performances and so on and so forth. So it's something I've observed for a long time, and it's really a pleasure to have you here with us. So Magda will be performing Poetic Friction, sounding Halim El-Dabh's piano work, which is a world premiere, later today at 10:35. So Magda Myers is a pianist and composer. Over the past 20 years, I'm having difficulties with this mask. She developed a vocabulary utilizing both the inside as well as the exterior parts of the piano, again, the idea of the unit and the whole. Using amplification, preparations, and objects that become extensions of the instrument itself. Myers explores textural linear sound collage and has developed a set of techniques that draw on the history of prepared and inside piano vocabulary, but are highly individualized and expand the language for internal piano music making. She has performed at festivals and exhibitions such as Documenta 14, the Berlin Biennial, 2014, Huddersfield Contemporary Music Festival in 2015. She holds a PhD in fine art from the University of Gothenburg in Sweden. Since 2019, she is the program coordinator and teaches improvisation at Luzern University of Applied Sciences and Arts. So welcome.
Pleasure to be here.
Jessie. Jessie Cox will be performing also later with Wu Wei and Nicola Hein. And Jessie, I met for the first time last year during the Afro-Modern Festival in Frankfurt, in a performance that actually blew my mind, a piece dedicated to Max Roach. And although I had known his work, I'd never met him, and since then we've been in conversation. I'm currently writing a piece on one of his, not only compositions, but spaces that he has created. I won't say a lot about the performance later, because somebody will introduce you properly for that, but I just wanted to say Jessie Cox is a composer, drummer, and scholar, currently in pursuit of his doctorate degree at Columbia University. So, growing up in Switzerland and also having roots in Trinidad and Tobago, he's currently residing in New York City. He's written over 100 works for various musical ensembles, including electroacoustic works, solo works, chamber, and orchestral works. He's performed widely, I mentioned the Ensemble Modern, Heidi Dokla Dance, Jack Quartet, International Contemporary Ensemble, and many more. And has basically, performed on, all the continents you can count. His scholarly writing has been published in the journal Sound American, Castle of Our Skins blog, and quite a few other important publications. So it's a great pleasure to have you with us, Jessie.
Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction, and to everyone at Savi for making this happen and inviting me. Thank you.
Mina McKenna. A dear friend, somebody I've been in contact with and in conversation with in the past years, especially for the mind-blowing Edward Said days he's been doing in Berlin, that spans beyond musical interventions, but also literature, photography and visual art in general. And we've had a few solid discussions about, post-colonial theory, amongst others, and some other, things that have been of interest to us that we share. So it's a great pleasure to have you with us. We just witnessed Sofia Jernberg perform a piece you composed for her, which Camilla did a brilliant introduction for earlier, which I thought was fantastic, which you made for her voice, things that only Sofia Jernberg can do. And as you told me yesterday, that this is the first piece you've composed, you've brought on stage in the past 10 years. Yeah. So we're very, very happy that we succeeded in convincing you to do this. Mena McKenna's research and teaching interests include Middle Eastern chant, music of the 20th and 21st century, post-colonialism, music pedagogy, and performance traditions, as well as composition and electronic music. He was founding dean of the Barenboim Said Academy and is currently professor of musicology and composition. He received his PhD at Merton College, Oxford, where he studied musicology and music composition. Prior to coming to Berlin, Hanna was assistant artistic director and dramaturg at Houston Grand Opera. His compositions have premiered at the Foundation Royaumont and the Darmstadt New Music Festival. And as I said earlier, he's a curator of the Edward Said Days at the Barenboim Said Academy. So, I think one very important part of this concept of the meta in the art of Kita, which I don't want to ask you to philosophize about, but it's the notion of the encounter of the musicians on stage, but also the encounter of the performer and the audience. As Halim said, the audience is the whole. The composer is the unit in that case, and they're constantly in conversation. So I would like to start by asking you about your own encounter with Halim El-Dabh and that whole, because Halim is more than a unit. So if you don't mind, please, Magda.
I was not too familiar with Halim's work prior to this invitation, so it's a great pleasure for me to discover some of his piano work. How did should I talk about how I approached it a bit? Or?
Exactly, how you approached, because it was a meeting, getting acquainted with Halim's pianism, right? And your reflections towards that led to the creation of this piece.
So I kind of work on the threshold between improvisation and composition, and maybe as a kind of inspiration, but also as a constant reference, I will be it's the piece that I have is a kind of in between this composition and improvisation as well. So I have, without saying too much about the performance later on, but I will be referencing and playing some of his compositions and improvising with them and actually putting them inside the piano. And so for me, it's kind of an embodying of that, if you want, but at the same time, really sensing the moment and seeing what the space and the situation and the moment makes me feel like. So I am kind of forcing an encounter, an engagement in the moment later this evening, which I think,
I would like us to talk about improvisation later, in the course of this, because I think it's an important part of this, Magda and the Art of Kita. But Jessie, the idea of the encounter is actually quite central in this piece you've produced for Halim El-Dabh. The encounter of the drums, the encounter of the other musicians that will share the stage with you, So would you mind talking about that?
Yes, so for me, it's something that really just blows me away about Halim is how, his journeying, his actual traveling in the continent of Africa and meeting all these musical cultures, etc., and recording and incorporating it into his own music. And for my work, that has something about that encounter has always been very important. It actually is very funny now that I think about it. It happened in a actually related event, it was an event on Cecil Taylor, celebrating Cecil Taylor, and he has, of course, this famous record, Unit Structures, also the word unit again. And at that point, I noticed something. I noticed that music can be a space where people can meet, where they can not only meet as pre-formed individuals, but become who they are in that moment of meeting each other and creating a space where they can be that person. So this piece that I created for tonight, takes basically this philosophy of living, I would say, that has to do with meeting each other and meeting different spaces, entering into new sonic environments, and really plays that through and reperforms that in a ritual sense. Exactly.
Beautiful. Mena, yours was, as I said, a forced encounter, but that was actually quite obvious in terms of a lineage, in this case, a Coptic lineage. We really wanted you to respond to that or to situate yourself within that genealogy, So it was you were very much aware of Halim's work, but we wanted you to to find, threads, find ways of weaving those threads with Halim?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me here, Bonaventure. Thank you, Savvy. Thank you, MaerzMusik. It's an incredible honor to compose again after a 10-year hiatus. It's a bit scary, too. So I first encountered Halim El-Dabh when I was 19 years old as an undergraduate. And I was writing a piece for my university percussion ensemble. And I told him, oh, I'm Egyptian. And he goes, Mena, Egyptian, that's a Coptic name, isn't it? And I said, yes. And he said, do you know the work of Halim El-Dabh? And I said, no. And he said, well, here, you should look at this piece. And he handed me the Darbuka piece. Because he was a very good percussionist and really knew his music and knew his stuff. And so I kind of threw myself into, you make up these kind of meta-narratives about yourself, especially when you're 19, and I'm like, I'm the only Coptic composer around. Like, there's not a precedent. Why would there be? And of course there was, and there's Halim El-Dabh, and like, it blew me away that there's this incredible predecessor who is trying to encounter all of these questions of identity that I was grappling with and still do grapple with right now. So what I tried to do in my music, in this piece for Halim, called For Halim, I tried to imagine some of the sounds that he may have found familiar, some of the Coptic chants he may have found familiar, but he never explicitly alludes to. He doesn't really explicitly allude to Coptic chant in his music. He doesn't explicitly allude to his own Coptic origin. As a matter of fact, he seems much more interested in ritualistic things that are outside of any type of organized religion, and he seems much more interested in a kind of Pan-Africanism. So there was still something about him in his music. You can still hear it in Expression of Zahar, that is, I still think, Coptic. There's still something with those chants and that sound and that voice that you hear that, to me, so I try to incorporate that, and I try to kind of play on that, and I can talk a little bit about that later.
Fantastic. Magda, I wanted to come back to you, to ask you a question in relation to the creation of spaces while performing, kind of creating sonic spaces, and having everyone in that environment, every listener become part of that space, How does that function with you, especially, maybe now you can talk about improvisation or even the impossibility of improvising, or the difficulties of, In thinking about improvisation, I always have to think about Anthony Braxton, who said once that his first improv performance, he had 1 hour to perform, and he went on stage, and after the first 10 minutes, he didn't know what to do. And when he went back, he created a language of improv, to structure, to create an alphabet, to follow. So how does that work with you? That I imagine that alphabet as the creation of a space of performance.
Well, in general, I think these two concepts of improvising and composing, they really overlap. So it's still well, let's say for tonight, it's a kind of a structured approach to what I might encounter, but I will incorporate enough flexibility to deal with this situation in this very intimate setting with few people sitting here, and the way the piano sounds, and thinking about sonic spaces, and how to share them. And that's a major concern, I think, in my work, especially with the piano, especially with my head inside of it, and kind of having some quite fragile sounds to deal with. How do you transmit that, and how do you make somebody feel that? And that's also maybe a connection point for Halim's piano work, where I felt a lot of fragility, and a lot of that kind of spoke to me. My personal interpretation, perhaps, but so this kind of fragility and responding to the moment and improvising and seeing and hearing what the space sounds like, is a way to approach improvisation for sure. So there are some structured bits, but I might just throw them overboard depending on what happens.
Jessie, the idea of creating spaces, has been quite central in your recent works, not only the one today. And technology plays a very important role in that. But I wanted you to talk about the creation of spaces and the usage of technology in that. But I wanted to share an anecdote. Yesterday, was it yesterday? While giving a tour here, I talked about technology in Halim El-Dabh's work in relation to something he had said about his time in the Congos. And he had experienced a ritual, a Ziboda ritual. And the music, he said, was so powerful such that the dancers defied gravity. So I was interested in that in relation to technology, because he spoke so abstractly about technology. But I'm imagining that space that the sound creates, in which, the dancer, the performer floats, So please talk to us about the technological, aspect of this piece you've created and the idea of creating spaces within them.
Yeah, it's fascinating that technology comes up. I mean, technology, as you pointed out, has been important to my work in relation to creating spaces. And tonight, in this piece, the technology is actually a human being. So I was thinking about, the function of traveling, because traveling right now is just, very difficult. And we start to notice, I think at least, that there is labor behind that. And sometimes we forget, especially, for example, with the internet, the way that it connects us across vast distances allows for some sort of space traveling, in my opinion. But we forget that there is resources that this requires. And so I wanted to point to that very much, because there is something very important to that. So there is something that allowed for Halim to travel. Maybe it was his, the possibility of the networks. Maybe it was his own resources as an individual, etc., as a human, like eating, etc., etc. So I think that is very important to remember. And so that is sort of a play with technology for me as well. The question of what is the technology and what is behind the technology, animating it.
Mena, I wanted to talk to you about the passage as a space. Because in your statement to the piece, you wrote, if there's an inspiration for this piece of music, it's somewhere in that passage. And then another very important, interesting thing, in my opinion at least, you say, in between the vibrating birds, the yelling scarabs, and the mirrors and bees.
Yeah, I love that passage. So it's a quote from an interview in Madame Masr. And he's talking about his first experimentation with sound and agriculture, which seems like such an incongruous match. But for someone like Halim El-Dabh, it just kind of works beautifully. And he says that, in nature, he can hear the scarab beetles scream. He can hear them sort of yell and argue. He can sort of use sound to make the bees dance. And he says he's so perceptive to sound like this. Maybe it's because he was born during a thunderstorm. So he also has this kind of real sense of play and with nature, and also knows how to kind of pull an interviewer in or a reader in. And I just was captivated by that passage. So I wanted to kind of create the soundscape of Halim El-Dabh interfacing with these elements, but also in the back of his mind, kind of having still this idea of his origin and where it's from. And for me, like, that was really typified by specific like sections of Coptic chant that Sofia Jernberg sang. This one passage, and that goes on. That's actually from a very well-known chant called the Seven Tones, and he might have had that in his head. So I love this kind of combination of all these weird, disparate elements that create this kind of sound idea that is Halim El-Dabh, and he just sort of passes through them. He doesn't even stay that long. He kind of moves from one thing to another, and somehow he's greater than them all, and he transcends them, and it's the sum of all those things. He's a unit of them, but he's the whole at the same time.
Now, I mean, that was kind of a closing remark, but we refuse to close because we still have a lot to talk about. Mena, obviously, one of Halim's experimentations, in the 40s was the composition he made for or against Beatles, depending on where you stand. Because, as you said, he studied agriculture and worked on the farm. And instead of using pesticides to scare away the beetles, he did a composition using scrap metal, to scare the insects, keep them off the farm. So I was thinking of that while you were talking. But I wanted to talk about something you mentioned earlier in relation to identity. I think anyone who listened to the earlier panel, would understand that, or read any of the concepts we've written on Halim El-Dabh's work, will understand that Halim El-Dabh was a political being, in so many ways. You mentioned the fact that he was a Pan-Africanist, and there's something I think we need to talk about that, identity in relation to, music at large, new music, electronic music, and so on and so forth. When he went to South Africa in 2005 for the Umnyazi festival, he was so adamant about the relationship between electronic music and the African continent, and which is something people don't often do, right? So I want to throw that question out there to you, identity talk,
I mean, maybe people here would take issue with this, but I think that the scope of identity for Halim El-Dabh really came to a fore when he went to the United States. And you could look at it biographically. When he's in Egypt, he is a Coptic person. The question of identity is just wrapped up in that. He comes from a southern family from Upper Egypt, probably landed gentry of some sort, is studying in Cairo, and he ends up sort of getting to the United States, and that's where I think he really starts to confront ideas of what he is and who he is, when he sort of realizes that he is effectively an other. And it's in the U.S. that he discovered Pan-Africanism. It wasn't in Africa. So I mean, maybe someone else has something, to say against that. But I feel like that has something to do with it, and that also affects what he did musically there as well.
Would you like to add something in that? It doesn't have to be in relation to Halim, but in relation to your practice in general. Not on that, okay. Jessie.
Well, Mena, you said something wonderful before, right? The way that Halim weaves together many different influences that he collected himself in his life. So that to me is a creolized way of looking at identity. And we're talking about the whole and the unit. And I think the whole has two meanings. You know, it's a whole and it has a whole. So a creolized identity after glissant is an open totality. And that is to me a whole with a whole. And so this practice that Halim El-Dabh developed as a musician, composer, artist, is to me a way that we can think about other ways of forming, if you want to call this even identity, or thinking about living in that sense. That's what I hear there.
To add to that, you know, his travels, as you were talking about, around the world, in search of music carried from the African continent into the rest of the world, is a very important aspect of Halim's practice, which we try to put a spotlight on, especially in relation to sonic archives, which is, I think, the next thing I would like to talk about with you. So the importance of sonic archives, you know, sounds that, if you look at the work of Vivian Kachuri downstairs, working with a particular kind of mosquito that has basically been eradicated, you know, one can say some of the sounds that Halim might have recorded in Dakar in 1968 might not necessarily be present anymore. So I would like you to talk about, you know, the role of sonic archives in your practice at large.
After you.
Well, really very generally speaking, I think just to contextualize what I am doing or what anyone is doing, especially dealing with improvisation and being in the moment and so on, I think it's so important to keep this bigger picture in mind and really see where to position your work and to see where am I at, what has been done before. That's something that's very important to me, be it in the realm of the specific music that I'm playing, but also in a bigger context as a person. So, yeah, that's all I can say.
To me, I think the sonic archive is always really messy. I think that is really what is so beautiful about the sonic archive, because it doesn't try to it should not, as words, try to mark sounds specifically, and it's always conscious of the body that records the sound. And in that sense, you know, I often have to, I also work with improvisation, and I often have to think about what does the archive mean when we consider improvisation as an archival practice, which most musicians who are improvised, they do, because that's how you know, learn from the past. You give each other sound. But that sound is not static, you know, it's recorded, but it's a messy archive. I guess that's the only way to say that. So that's how I see the archive. And then also maybe...
how do you work with the messy archive?
Well, you acknowledge that, you know, it's kind of like Afrofuturism to me. You have to sort of sediment everything. You get something and you only understand it from your perspective, and you maybe get someone else's perspective on it when you learn it with that person, or we share it with someone else. This way, it is itself an open totality, right? It's not closed totality. So it is it cannot be fixed in a sense. So it has to stay messy in that sense. That's how I think about that.
Yes, I mean, I'll come to you, but I mean, in one of our conversations recently, Jessie, we're talking about Kamal Brathwaite, and, especially when he talked about finding his poetic language, for him to be able to find that language as a poet, he needed to understand that he has to write from the point of view of the sounds that are made by the waves. He couldn't write poetry in pentameter, but the sound or even the light, So acknowledging that visual archive and that sonic archive to be able to produce, right? So Mena, the sonic archive.
You're not letting me get away with it.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I keep going back to two pieces of Halim El-Dabh's. The wire recorder piece and its larger iteration, the expression Zahar, and also Clytemnestra. And in both of these pieces, I think, in the wire recorder piece, he actually does discover his musical language or his poetic language. And that is an experimentation of archival sound, which is specifically archival sound, because the Zahar does not really exist in that iteration anymore. It certainly doesn't exist where it was done. And if it happens, it's done in an incredibly estranged place. So like to find a Zahar in an urban setting and to like kind of be allowed into that space. Now, remember, this is a kind of psycho-religious ritual that only women are allowed to attend, and he had to have special permission to go in there to record it. So he was able to create an archive and capture something that like no one really could capture. And it was that little seed that really created his musical language. This special moment that like no one was really able to get into. And I mean, to me, it's very daunting because like, how do you recreate that? Or is that the only way to create your own sound? I mean, I don't know. I'm just sort of starting to dip my toe back into the waters of composition. So I don't really know if that's the only way to create sound, but the way he did it is very daunting to me.
So I would like to come to an end in thinking about instruments. The instruments you work with and the instruments you kind of have a mastery or you try to demaster. Because again, that was very important in this concept of the unit and the whole in Halim's work. So the span of instruments he used over the 80 years of working, from drums and so on and so forth, and to the stanza, as if to say that there is something that the stanza can do, and that only it can do. When he talks, it's that interview where he talks about the importance. He actually pushes away from the vibraphone, and he talks about specific instruments. He talks about against the fact that the mbira is called the thumb piano. It's not a thumb piano. People don't like that. You play with your thumb, but it's something else. As if to speak of the specificity of those instruments. So I would like you to talk about that, the mastery and demastery, because in Magda, in your work, it seems as if you want, in my opinion, you're pulling something out of the underbelly of the instrument or refusing to accept the instrument's voice as it has been given over generations, trying to tickle out a new voice from that instrument, Jessie, in your case, I also mentioned that last time, as if, the skin that makes up the drum doesn't suffice. You want the wood to tell something, and the metal around it, like Babatundo Latunji said, it's a living being, the drum, So you want all the parts, all the units of that instrument to speak, So Magda, first with you, please talk to us about that.
Well, with the piano, it comes with a lot of baggage, of course, and with a big tradition. And so for me to go inside the piano and use everyday objects and found objects and so on was certainly a way to avoid mastering a traditional sense and to kind of, again, allow this fragility and this risk-taking and this new encounter every time you play without the baggage, I would like to say. And
there is also a baggage from like the Fluxus musicians, like Ben Patterson, and all the guys of Fluxus. They were also, digging in there, trying to distort. There's also that baggage. But I have the impression you're also kind of freeing yourself from that baggage too.
Yeah, sure. I mean, even now playing inside the piano, there is a tradition, you can say, like it's not new anymore and so on. But yeah, this individualizing, and that's why I find improvisation and so interesting, and it speaks to me because it's new encounters every time, and there's not a fixed way how I approach the instrument. For a start, this is an instrument I've never played before, so it is new, and the space is new, and I have to encounter that, and so. That's exciting, and at the same time, I have things that I bring with me that kind of, a connection between a lot of instruments and part of my practice. And in that sense, bringing Halim's piano work with me is also half super fragile and risk-taking, and then also builds a connection, perhaps, with this.
Thank you. Jessie?
Well, I resonate with those words, but I also have to say I love the masters of the drum set. As Milford Graves, who recently passed, said, the drummers are always underestimated and restricted. And I think it's very important that we recognize what power structures are also marked around different instruments in different communities and contexts, etc. That's very important. On top of that, the drums is really a fascinating instrument because it's a creole. As so many drum masters have mentioned, the cymbals from the Middle East, the toms from Asia, the bass drum from Africa, the snare from Europe. And I further creolize it through my own life and my own practice. So I guess that's also a point to add.
So we're coming to an end. But I just wanted to say where I come from, the drum is never underestimated. It's at the core of everything. So, Mena, we've come to an end. I cannot ask you the last question, but it's been a great pleasure talking to you and having you on this panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me know whenever we're ready. Yeah, it's not a performance. So tell me when. Are we ready? Hello, and it is my pleasure to retrospectively and prospectively introduce Ali M. Demirel, who you earlier saw in his visual interventions. They were entitled Tabir El-Zar from 1944 and Electronic Fanfare from 1959 to 61 as improvisations. Upcoming are Total Satisfaction from 1952 to 2005, Conversation with Theremin, and Ade Malard with Medhat Aldaabal's Dance and Interlude. Taking inspiration from Halim's graphic scores, Ali Demirel creates computer-generated visual compositions by using current digital technologies, which allow him to translate music into colors, shapes, and movement. He focuses on circular shapes because of Halim's specific use of the form. Just like Halim El-Dabh himself, improvisation is a key element in his creation, as Demirel believes computerized tools are not capable of fully translating music to our senses. Tom Holmes has written, Halim's interest in ancient and folk music, rather than math, gave his works an organic quality. Hence, he tries to achieve a similar quality by allowing himself to read to the music in real time by controlling some of the variables of the visual outcome. Manually, like dancing to the music, while computational processes handling some other tasks like translating the sound frequency to the color frequency. As a result, he presents a selection of computer-generated, human-modified visual artifacts that allow spontaneity and even mistakes. Ali M. Demirel is known across the minimal electronic music scene for his singular visual aesthetic. Recently, he has been focusing on nature as the main source of inspiration, investigating humanity's inherent connections to nature by studying specific mythologies and geographies. His work has been presented at Arte Istanbul, Guggenheim Museum, New York and Transmediale, IFA Gallery, London, among others. He has performed live at Sonar Festival in Barcelona, Moodtech Festival in Montreal, Coachella in the United States, and Brixton Academy in London. Enjoy.
Okay, Olivia? I'm ready? Yeah? Thank you very much, Ali Demirel. We would like to introduce our next act, which is Ute Wassermann together with Mazen Kerbaj composing Revisitations. It's also a world premiere from this year, 2021. The work is blurring composition and improvisation and using Both artists are using their own voices, instruments, objects, and electronics. This new piece by Ute Wassermann and Mazen Kerbaj revisits Halim El-Dabh's musical world as well as the duo's own practice. What's quite maybe important to underline here, or to shed the light to the listeners out there, is that revisitation is also inspired by a piece Halim El-Dabh has composed between the years 1959 and 1961. Which was called Layla and the Poet, which you can also find online for download and purchase. And the pieces also has, so it's a beautiful piece of music, electroacoustic piece, electronic music piece that also has 14 visitations. So there is a moment where the poet visits the Majnoon, the madman, Layla. So thank you very much to Ute Wassermann and Mazen Kerbaj, whom are interpreting and bringing forward Halim El-Dabh's work, Layla and the Poet. Thank you very much. Enjoy.
To my cousin, a madman, drunken by love to a Layla, under my bosom, buried in a folding tent. To my cousin, I am to be a rope of his folding tent. my sight, Layla, my love, my way of sight, my desires, my heart, free to love, Layla. Layla, my sight, Layla, my love, my way of sight, my desires, my heart, free to love a woman, to love Layla, she who might follow the way, the light, she Layla. Layla, my love, my way of sight, my desires, my heart, me to love a woman, to love Layla, she who might follow the way, the light, Layla, who might follow a vision there yonder. Layla, follow its light. Layla, a woman desires love.
Hello, we're continuing here at Savvy Contemporary, and our next performance is gonna be a dance performance by Medhat Aldaabal. And briefly about him, he studied dance at the Higher Institute of Dramatic Arts in Syria. He has performed with diverse dance groups in the Arab region, among others are the Hanna Dance Theater in Syria and Soon Theater in Lebanon. Since moving to Berlin in 2015, he has taken various contemporary dance workshops and has been teaching dance to refugee children. He started a project with Ali Hasan in collaboration with Sasha Waltz and guests, a contemporary dance institution called Dabke Community. He has worked with several choreographers like Nir de Wolf. His dance performance is named Hulm, which means Traum, dream. And the first iteration of it is going to be a collaboration with Ali Demirel. Thank you.
everybody will close their eyes and gonna breathe with us. This is to experience the color frequencies. So close your eyes and take a deep breath. Take the breath. 1, in, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Breathe out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Breathe in. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Breathe out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Breathe in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Breathe out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Keep your eyes closed until you hear the first sound that's realized from the frequencies of colors. Everyone feels it, and there everyone will come in when they feel the frequency of color from the color music notation.
Can we go? No, I think we have to. Okay. So during the next 15 minutes, we're gonna pay an homage to Halim El-Dabh by reading his text, because we wanted to invoke him through his own words. We're gonna read 4 texts with Kelly Krugman, Linhan Baladbat, and Elena Ogudio. And I'm going to start with the first text that was published in 2011 through an exhibition called Sound, Color, and Vision in Standing Rock Cultural Arts, Kent State. It's called Halim El-Dabh's Color Music Paintings, Artistic Statement. The color of music in my paintings of sound are based upon a sensitivity I acquired since childhood of hearing colors and seeing sounds. The artworks I am presenting using acrylic paint on canvas are simply visual realities, simply 10 works of art. However, the particulars about this exhibit is that I am using these works of art as music scores, from which a musician can read the colors as music notes, guiding him or her to perform their particular instrument. As a matter of fact, I shall perform some of the paintings during the exhibit. The origin of my inspiration to paint these canvases happened in 1952, when I came across a picture of an ancient Egyptian parchment from the 7th century CE. The parchment was showing a music notation utilizing color circles. The colors within the circles indicate pitch, while the size of the circles indicate rhythm and duration. On the left side of the parchment, 12 small different colors indicate the availability of a 12-tone chromatic scale. My intention and philosophy as a music composer is to open the door to a very old, yet very new reality, the ability to hear color, as well as the ability to see sound. This is a way to experience new feelings and a new sensitivity to a world full of creativity. Color and sound moving towards a state of oneness capable of penetrating the hidden creases of the universe. Each painting is given a name, as well as identified by a piece of music relating to that name. One of the pieces is named The Deluge of 2012. Another is named Cassandra and the Oracles. One of the pieces, Canon Wisdom, was presented as an installation on view in the project room for new media at the Chelsea Art Museum on October 4th through November 1st in 2008. The same work was earlier presented with the Barking Dog Sextet at the Suoni per Il Popolo in Montreal in 2007. The same work was also published in Notations 21, Breaking the Boundaries in 2008 by Mark Betty Publishers in New York City.
The second text we're reading is entitled Arab Music and was published apparently in an unknown date, but obviously Camila Medvali knows the date and is 66 in Arab World Music. While Western music is undergoing dynamic changes and upheavals in its art form, Arabic music remains unchanged from ancient times until today. There exists a remarkable similarity between primitive, folk, classical, and contemporary Arab music. A sameness, however, that conveys neither backwardness nor forwardness, but a stability grounded in solid values and firmly integrated modes of expression. Arabic music first started to exert its influence when Byzantium cheesed to the center of the intellectual world. The Eastern Roman Empire has suffered cultural sterility and stagnation from the mid-7th to the beginning of the 9th centuries. Meanwhile, the spread of Islam took place, establishing an Arab empire that claimed domination from the Chinese borders to Spain, from the Caspian Sea to the Pyrenees to the Ind and the Sudan. The Arabs showed great intellectual mobility in their conquest of learning. They helped reactivate Greek music and literature through Arabic translations. They filled the gap after the decline of the Byzantium and directly contributed to the European Renaissance. Today, Arabic music is erroneously considered backward by the average professional musician of both East and West. In spite of its lack of understanding, the influence of Arabic music has gradually penetrated the minds of the giants of contemporary Western music. Bartók, Stravinsky, Jernberg, Berg, Hindemith, Heave, and Haba have unconsciously paved the way toward that point where East and West may ultimately join. Although the music of these composers is entirely Western, yet it embraces elements and urges of purely Western conception. Into the flux of modern Western music, Arabic concepts of music consciously and unconsciously evolved or infiltrated. Among these concepts are, first, the fixed relation between tones in Schoenberg's serial 12-tone scale, which could be linked to the fixed relation between tones in the Arabic makam. A makam is an intervallic relation of tones within a fixed order. It inspires melody within its specific framework. It is, in a way, a practice similar to the geometric figures in Arabic art. Second, the mathematic permutation of limited serial tones, which takes us back to the Arab philosopher Al-Farabi and Al-Fazali, make us of mystical implications to mathematical relations, unlike the purely mathematical relations of Schoenberg and Schillinger. Third, harmonic polarity, which originated from prolonged pedal points, is an idea directly comparable to the Arabic drone. Fourth, Bartók and Blocher, as well as other modernists, borrowed from Arabic music some of its rich and complex rhythmic structures. Arabic music is noted for the wealth of its rhythms, which possess an elasticity of remarkable articulation. Arab music helped to introduce metric schemes of unusual measurements to the music of Europe. Bartók also made use of unusual scale formations and new harmonic effects derived from Arab music. Fifth, static harmony and additive forms in the work of Orff and Stravinsky are respectively Eastern and African ideals. Six, the usage of simultaneous major-minor triads in the works of Stravinsky and Bartók and many contemporaries is nothing but an urge towards expressing the natural Arabic neutral third. Seventh, and last, Arabic and Eastern music inspired composers like Haba, Carrillo, and Barth to venture into the division of the scale into microtones, such as 1/4, 1/8, 1/16 of a tone. Music is an integral part of the Arab world, an indispensable element in its communal, tribal, and home life. concert music as such did not exist until very recent times, along with urban expansion, movie and radio industries. In the West, the rise and development of concert music took place under the sponsorship of the church. In the Arab world, this did not occur, since the mosque confined its music to the tarannum, chanting of the Quran, and cantation of the Hasan, calling the faithful to prayer, as opposed to singing in Western churches. Today, however, the Arab world is encouraging its composers to develop their own rich musical sources expressed in all phases of Arab life.
Third, Eastern Dissonance, published in the New York Times, 2nd of March, 1958. Dissonance has been used by Eastern composers long before harmony was known to Europe. If harmony, through its process of development, made use of dissonance, this was to the betterment of harmony and no deterrent to dissonance. It is true that dissonance has been abused and thus has become limited in its expressive power. It has often been used for mere effect, for shock or as camouflage of poor melodic and rhythmic writing. Eastern musicians make use of a melodic dissonance and a rhythmic dissonance to enhance the expressive powers of both melody and rhythm in the void of harmony. They make use of dissonance to control the inception of tonal vibrations in their density, tensity, and shades. One should not overlook the great evolution of dissonance in the Western Hemisphere, an evolution that gave dissonance an entity of its own, a power, a creative force. It is by this evolution that the Western mind became able to conceive, apprehend, and listen to Eastern music. Halim El-Dabh, Demirel, New Jersey.
Zibola and the Crocodile's Vengeance, Halim El-Dabh. Zibola women of Zar enter into a ritual dance of meditation, music, and song to undergo healing ceremonies. The word Zibola actually means a state of sickness, such as mental disturbance, some physical condition, or being possessed by a spirit. Thus, Zibola is to be cured from sickness. It is to chase the undesirable spirits and to generate affection for love. The spirit of the crocodile is usually called upon to perform miracles and magic. The crocodile will assist in the healing ritual. He will come in the presence to Zibola in the ritual. To invoke the spirit of the crocodile is a serious matter. If not treated according to custom and tradition, the crocodile will claim vengeance from his master. I came across the Zibola experience while traveling in Zaire under the sponsorship of the African Diaspora Program. That was in the district of Kalamu, in the southern outskirts of Kinshasa, capital of Zaire. The ceremonies took place in a densely populated area, in an L-shaped yard, stretched in front of rectangular built houses. There were clothes hanging to dry, children playing, and neighborhood passers-by, all in the midst of their daily activities. Zibola ceremonies are conducted by women for women. A priestess leads the ritual, assisted by women singers and dancers. Men serve as helpers in drumming and singing. As healer, the priestess will perform prayers, make ritual, and sing in the ceremony. She will prepare necessary medicines and help the women enter into a state of trance. The priestess starts singing. The drummers follow, and with the words of her song, usher in 5 Zibola women to move in a file and dance in a line around the yard. Slowly, they formulate a circular dance around a fire, heavy with smoke, made of special medicinal leaves. As the dance continues, one of the women moves towards the smoke, while two others assist her, covering her head, now over the smoke, with material. This is a process to activate the energy of the body for cure. There are three main stages for Zibola healings. In the first stage, a Zibola woman will have her body painted red. The extension between her cheekbones and her ears will be marked by a white chalked line on each side of her face. Another line, in the extension of the nose, is made across the forehead. Around her eyes are black marks. At 7 in the morning, the priestess will guide the Zibola woman to a wooden enclosure, 3 sides and a door, just big enough for one person with head and neck exposed. For 1 hour, the woman will enter into a meditative state, a feeling of being self-contained. The Zibola woman will be guided then to a bench 4 feet high, set over smoking medicinal plants. The top of the bench is like a bed with wooden boards. The woman will lie there for 2 hours, feeling the smoke coming through her body. She will sweat. She will be energized as the medicine within the smoke enters her body. In the second stage, the Zibola woman can move around the compound. She can watch Zibola dancers and singers and mix with the spectators. In the first and second stages, the woman usually will not talk. She will simply gaze without blinking. The woman I saw, with beautiful face and body, painted red, gazed eternally and never uttered a word. That condition may go on for weeks, a month, sometimes 6 months. They can return to their homes, and if married, to their respective husbands. In the third stage, Zibola women will dance, sing, and enter into healing trances. At Kalamu, the 5 Zibola women continue to dance. Double steps with the right foot, double steps with the left foot, slightly bent body, but a straight back and loose arms with actions stretched out and over their heads, while the feet accentuate the music with bells attached to the ankles. Now the dancing is circular. Assistants to the priestess rush in with the medicinal leaves in a clay pot. It is set to fire, while one woman covers her head over the smoke. Suddenly, a jerking and shaking body comes out of the circle to the ground, entering into a trance. The women have been cured. In song form, the priestess will now address the woman. Now that you have been cured, she will sing. What is it that you need the Spirit to do for you? Each will answer, making their demands known to the powers of the medicine, magic. If the demands are too difficult or not easily attained, the spirit of the crocodile can be invoked. This must be done with extreme caution and with the restrictions of social norms. Songs, dance, and drumming will continue after the healing has been accomplished. An air of festivity will prevail. Gifts and money are offered at this stage as a gesture of appreciation for the different healings. The Zibola women of Kalamu, Kinshasa actually come from the Mongo cultural group of tropical equatorial Zaire. Some of them live by the water and have developed an affinity to animal aquatic life, especially to the crocodile. Some people among the Mongo believe that they can possess the crocodile and direct him into any action needed. The crocodile is known to be the protector of the family, yet the crocodile can, at the same time, attack his master. The crocodile will claim vengeance if his master uses him to attack innocent people. If the master abides by the taboos and prescribes social customs, he knows the difference between good and evil. Whatever the master does, he's always conscious of his actions, as well as of the orally prescribed law and order of the community. This duality of the crocodile, protector and avenger, gives the community a sense of security, knowing that the crocodile is always there. The healings of Zibola women and the vengeance of the crocodile provide a sense of continuing balance to the social norms of the community at Kalamu.
Thank you.
mic? Should I tap on it? Ah. Okay. Thank you very much to my colleagues Lily, Kelly, Elena, and Linhan for this beautiful reading and for invoking Halim El-Dabh through his own words. We're back to the music and the invocation through the musical, and I'm extremely very happy to introduce to you Jessie Cox, who invited Wu Wei and Nicola Hein into a composition titled Sound is Where the Drums Meet from 2021. Jessie Cox writes, meetings between people and sounds has been, from my point of view, a constant question in Halim El-Dabh's practice. This resonates strongly with my own work and, quote, sound is where the drums meet, is an exploration and a performance, a celebration of this interliving. Our ears are drums, and sounds are in effect a meeting of at least 3 drums. The space and the sound makers, listeners. In sound is where drums makers, in sound is where drums meet. Performers travel from one place, space to another, each with its own unique sound world. The performers travel via a technology, which is itself made from a reimagining of Halim El-Dabh's electronic works. This technology for space and possibly time traveling is reminiscent of not only tape machines such as the ones that El-Dabh might have used, but also of a web, a technology for extremely fast space travel, while also possible future or alternate space travel technologies. Imagine, for example, interspecies connecting technologies. The traveling performers encounter each other at time, contacts that can transpire in many different ways, but an emphasis is placed on improvisatory meetings that creolize. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Now, the performance by Jessica Ekomane. She was already with us earlier. She's also with us in the space because of an impressive installation installed here behind this wall. Jessica Ekomane is a Berlin-based electronic musician and sound artist whose practice unfolds around live performances and installations. The title of the performance she's staging tonight is Music Enriched by Traditions from the Depth of Time, and it's a world premiere. And I read a short explanation of it. Between the lines of Halim El-Dabh's work, one can perceive the continuous interest for questions of class, labor, and collectivity. The performance takes its title from a 1964 New York Times article by Halim, in which he's describing the vernacular musical language of street musicians in Ethiopia, his work with the same group using the 20th century technique, and his intention in placing them as teachers in the university institution. The aforementioned project also demonstrates Halim's interest in creating a bridge between Arab and sub-Saharan African worlds, taking the pentatonic scale of the Baka people in Cameroon, as well as the elements of algorithmic compositions as a starting point. Music enriched by traditions from depth of time is a study on both randomness and non-equal temperament. The piece hints a fusion of rhythms and melody, all the while echoing Halim's research towards an African pianism. Thank you. Pianism.
Hello everyone. Coming to the stage now is Magda. The title of her work is Poetic Friction, Sounding Halim El-Dabh's Piano Work. Magda is a pianist and composer. Over the past 20 years, she developed a vocabulary utilizing both the inside as well as the exterior parts of the piano, using amplification, preparations, and objects that become extensions of the instrument itself. Myers explores textural, linear sound collage and has developed a set of techniques that draw on the history of prepared and inside piano vocabulary, but are highly individualized and expand the language for internal piano music making. She has performed at festivals and exhibitions such as Documenta, the Berlin Biennale, or Huddersfield Contemporary Music Festival, and has released over 30 CDs to date. She holds a PhD in Fine Arts from the University of Gothenburg, Sweden, and since 2019 she is the program coordinator and teaches improvisation at Lausanne University of Applied Sciences and Arts. Ladies and gentlemen, Magda.
Yeah, is there a break? No?
Okay, just one of our last performances. We welcome back Lois Alexander for her last variation of meditation in white sounds. So, welcome.
Yes.
Great. I feel great in it, so I was just we have to remove it.
Should we tap?
Test.
Light? When you start. Okay. When we start with that. You need our lights? I'm fine.
What?
Lights?
It's too much, maybe? Yeah, maybe this is too much.
Yeah. Oh. 4,100 years, reverberations with Halim El-Dabh. For those that are just tuning in online with us, thank you so much for being with us through the whole day as we are invoking through Halim El-Dabh, our elder, the maestro, and with thanks to everyone, all the artists involved in this program, the first program of a few to come, hopefully, celebrating the life, the legacy, the work, the philosophy of Halim El-Dabh. And I'm joined here with Wassermann and Mazen Kerbaj. Thank you so much for being with us also here into this conversation. I thought that when I introduced you, I did not actually read your bio, so I thought maybe it's a nice moment to also introduce your work and what you do. So as you may know, Wassermann and Mazen Kerbaj performed revisitations, and we're going to talk about that next. Wassermann is a vocal artist, improviser, and composer, a performer. Her multi-dimensional vocals make her voice oscillate between electronic, inorganic, human, and creaturely sound qualities. In addition, she alienates and expands her singing with bird whistles, objects, lo-fi electronics, various microphones, or field recordings. In this way, performative vocal figures emerge in the realm of improvisation, composition, and performance art. Over the years, she has developed a complex, ever-growing catalog of experimental vocal expressions that inspires improvisers and composers worldwide, and which she teaches in workshops and seminars at international universities and festivals. And we have collaborated on a few occasions together, so it's really truly beautiful that we're doing this, that we're revisiting Halim El-Dabh through your work and through your voice. And beautifully, this constellation of a duet with Mazen Kerbaj, who is a Lebanese comics author, visual artist, and musician. Kerbaj is widely considered as one of the initiators and key players of the Lebanese free improvisation experimental music scene. He is a co-founder of Irtijal, an annual improvisation music festival, and of El Maslach, the first label for experimental music in the region, operating since 2005. As a trumpet player, whether in solo performances or with long-lasting groups like A Trio, Kerbaj pushes the boundaries of the instrument and continues to develop a personal sound and an innovative language. Mazen, thank you so much. So before we go there, I just wanted to give a thank you again and a reminder or to kind of think through Halim El-Dabh, whom I was extremely honored to meet in person and with whom I had a conversation about his work and about his legacy, and who has truly changed, I would say, almost my life. You know, his impact is not necessarily only found in kind of the work that you do, but also it affects the way you live. It affects the way you think. It affects the way, you know, once you start really, understanding the subtleties of the extremely detailed, sophisticated way of processing and thinking through sound, through community as a way of being together, through improvisation as a space of collective growth, I think this is one of the most, humble things that Halim El-Dabh has left us with. And to remind everyone, Halim El-Dabh celebrates not only his age, but also the age of the pyramids. That's why this year he would have been 4,100 years old. You have been working together, revisiting a very important piece of Halim El-Dabh, Layla and the Poet, which he has composed between the years of 59 and 61 at the Columbia Princeton University, or the Columbia Princeton Electronic Music Studio. And I wanted to ask you, why revisitations, why this piece, how this piece has influenced both your individual work, but also your collective collaboration specifically in this work. And maybe I'll start with Ute.
Yeah, for us, it was a very interesting and complex process because, we have a history of playing together and a shared language of, like our instruments and voice, but also extending the instrument and the voice with, speaker objects, electronics, and also, like whistles, like really analog objects. And we have been performing before. So when we started to collaborate on this, we started from our own history, but we were also visiting Halim El-Dabh. And it was a very, very interesting process because it was like a constant feedback. Maybe I can describe it like that. That we would meet and work, we would listen to his work, we would meet the next day, pick it up and exchange ideas. And it was a very inspiring process on very different levels. One was that we were trying to find a balance of composition and improvisation, which I also found in his work. Very interesting what he says about improvisation. Also what I found very interesting, like what he says about transformation of sounds, because we both do that, I think, that we start with a sound, we send it through through a speaker. I hold the speaker near my mouth and shape the sound, with my lips, or Mazen, he can say more about his way of working with the speakers. Or we add electronics on top and we create these multiple layers of sounds. And so in that way, it was very inspirational to look at Halim El-Dabh's work. And also what I find very, very touching, the way he works with traditions, like musical traditions. We come from different places, so it's not like, we would pick a tradition and work on that, but it's almost also as an improviser or composer, performer, you carry your tradition, your history of work, your cultural context. And I think it kind of also went into our, way of working, our collaboration, that we were really, getting this level too, rather than thinking, abstract improvisation. And maybe if you want to.
Fantastic.
Not to add something, but you are right. It's just like there are two things. One thing is the improvisation part of our work, and we've been improvising together for a long time, and we are both what I would say hardcore improvisers. We really like this way of doing things where you are totally open to what's happening in the moment and then take it from there to the next step, etc. And also here we didn't want to do only that, so we really wanted to do a composition and to find a way, a middle ground where it's pre-composed and it's not composed at the same time. Yesterday we did a full dress rehearsal just to be sure that everything with the sound and the image was going okay. And it sounds like a total other piece than what we did today, so it's really very open. And in this sense, Halim's work or El-Dabh's work made us, pushed us in many places where we wouldn't go normally. And in the same time, it was reassuring enough that it really sounded like our duo when we put the first time this Layla and the poet. It really sounded like what we do, and it was inviting to push further what we do. So there is this voice thing, there is this electronic thing, there is this percussive thing, and all these things are already in what we do just with the voice and the trumpet. So we have these percussive things, we have this electronic sounding, even if it's made acoustically. But here we really decided to push it further because both of us play also electronics, but usually in our duo we are really like very in our world, how it's a trumpet and the voice. So here we really began to expand much more, and we felt an invitation to do so. And not only in the instrumentation, but also in the kind of experimentation. I feel that Halim's work pushed us to really put ourselves in danger much more than, even though improvisation is always to be on a dangerous path and it can go wrong anytime, but still Ute for the voice and the bird whistle and me for the trumpet, we master these things to an extreme where it cannot go wrong. We can take wrong decisions, of course, but whatever we intend to do on the instrument will come as we want. Whereas here we really opened the door to, okay, let's put some other things that we do not master that much, and let us be more like when we were young improvisers, because we were still younger than that. Can you imagine? So when you start, you really get yourself more open to everything, and you are not scared of doing wrong and of going wrong and of taking this. And with time, you somehow master your techniques, and it becomes very difficult to say, no, I cannot go wrong, etc. So we put ourselves in a position where we were welcoming whatever can go wrong. And I think this is typical of El-Dabh's work. The more and more I discover him, the more I'm convinced of this thing, as this experimentation as a kid discovering something, whereas he just wants to know where these things can go or can lead him. And we were in this kind of mindset, and this is fantastic. This is priceless for us to go there.
Yeah, and just to add, because we were talking about it after the concert, I think it's a lot about trust also, in the collaboration, and also, like that, okay, even if I do something super unexpected at this moment, I deal with it, or, Mazen jumps in, or I jump in, so it's a lot about trust, I think, also in the situation, in your partner, and that was a very interesting experience also.
That is very interesting what you're saying. I think also this idea of openness and kind of being an open vessel to change, right? And I remember that I think on one of the interviews on YouTube, Halim El-Dabh states, to teach us to learn. And it also implies, the receptivity of constant processes of learning, of being open towards change, of being open towards, continuing something and not necessarily have a definitive final piece. Also, interestingly enough, what you're saying resembles very beautifully with one work that he composed as a very young man called Misriyat, which means Egyptianities, maybe, Misriyat. And he, says that this piece is available and people can also listen to it and buy the recording online. And the piece is basically a composition that he never finished. Imagine, someone that, starts a composition. I can't really recall exactly the date, but at a very early age, in Cairo, which, means that he's somewhere in the 20s maybe, or a bit earlier even. And then the composition is constantly open towards change. And it implies also, to me at least, when I was having a conversation with him, he was saying that to him, Misriyat is also the constant relationship to Egypt. And that's why he doesn't want to finish it, because it's him and Egypt fighting back, pushing back. to me, it's one of the most interesting also approaches to a composition that has a structure, but also is receptive towards constant openness, change, shifting as it grows. And on that note, maybe it's important to mention that he also has 2 other pieces called Arabiyat and Ifriqiyat. And in his thinking, he was also saying that to him, those 3 pieces also speak a lot about his own identity, in which Misriyat is about being an Egyptian in Africa, Arabiyat means being an Arab in Africa, and Ifriqiyat means being an African in Africa, which kind of collapses much of the problematics kind of found across or within the way Egypt is perceived to some extent. So anyway, that's an anecdote. But what I wanted to actually get back to is to go back to Egypt and go back to 1944, where Halim starts with actually Ilzar, right, which is a visitation as well, which is a beautiful maybe, or it's a ceremony, it's a healing ceremony that he records. And he starts with this recording of the human voice, and then manipulates it, records it, re-records it, plays it back in the Middle East radio station. And kind of, to me, it's the beginning also of his fascination on voice. The human voice as, quote unquote, what I believe he would say is the most unique to transform. And I'm very interested to hear your thoughts on specifically the relationship of voice and electronics, and the capacity of the human voice and its openness maybe to transform. Also similarly, like what he himself did with the seminal piece of Layla and the Poet and the 14 Visitations, using his own voice, like Layla, and playing with that material. So I'm curious to ask you about voice. Maybe we can start with you, Uta.
Yeah, I mean, for let's say, it's maybe 2 things: the voice, how we both used voice, and then in my case, my relationship to voice. So maybe I just start. For me, I could really relate to what he says about voice in terms of. Well, in one way, that. Every voice is a general, almost everybody has a voice, let's say, in some way. And so it's very interesting, the way you listen to voice is different, I think, from the way you listen to an instrument, because you always find it in relationship to your body or to your own voice or to your own experience. For example, somebody said to me after listening to me, he got a sore throat. so it just shows, that you almost, when you listen, you can feel the voice in your body, or So in that way, I think it's different from listening to an instrument, and it's with the voice also you tune in with the environment in a way. It has this empathetic thing between, humans or creatures or whatever, I think. And what I found interesting, because Mazen also uses his voice with the trumpet, so we found this relationship with voice, with instrument, with electronics, with the objects. So the voice would, in Mazen's case, resonate with a trumpet, or I use a whistles to disguise the voice, or the voice would travel through a speaker and then through an object. So the voice is transforming constantly, I think, in our piece. Sometimes it's very upfront, or you can almost grasp a rhythm or a melody, and sometimes it's disguised with material, with whistles, with membranes, with speakers, with a trumpet. So it's like the voice is traveling through all these different layers. And this I found also very interesting, I find amazing in Halim El-Dabh's work, because sometimes, it's so direct these his singing also, and then the electronic adds an extra layer, or the electronics dissolve in a rhythm. So it's also this transformation, this constant transformation, which I found really, very special.
I mean, you know, also to some extent, especially maybe in Layla and the Poet, right? And maybe I would like to ask you or relate to you also, Mazen, you know, because I think that there's something with, especially in that, let's say, period of time of experiments with electronic music, that the human voice, or let's say, especially the composer's voice, is not the voice being used so loosely and openly as a raw material or a source of sound. And to me, this is mind-blowing in a sense that, you know, he is composing a piece using his voice and being so open in that sense towards his own transformation, also embodying, you know, the Majnoon, the madman that is, you know, longing for Layla. And I'm curious, actually, how did you know, it's also a very beautiful story, basically, Layla and the Poet, and it's a beautiful story that also has a lot of speculation and constant reinterpretation. So to me, what was very nice or interesting is that it felt that you too had your own take on the Layla and the Poet, as, you know, as a speculation, as your own interpretation of what Layla and the Poet maybe is.
Yeah, sure. I mean, one thing that is mind-blowing is how he uses not only the voice, but everything that he has at his hand. So it's really very pushed experimentation with electronics at the same period. Of course, now many people know, but he has been totally underrated, Halim El-Dabh, over the years, and not known that he really did before Pierre Schaeffer and Pierre-Henri and the GRM and all this. He was already working with electroacoustics and recording these things. But since he didn't theorize it and he didn't went totally into it, he was just using it as a mean as much as voice or as much as tradition or as much as anything else. So he got lost in history, of course. Now it's getting back for many reasons. We're not delving into this. But what I like I think maybe it's great that he was lost in history because he didn't have the spotlight on him, and he didn't think of this thing as a very important thing that he should pursue only, you know. And the result in a composition like Layla and the Poet and the Visitations is really like, it's exactly the wrong thing to do in terms of Occidental or of Western contemporary music. Like, you could go totally into musique concrète, but don't put drums from Ethiopia in it. Like it's really like things back then, I guess, in school, in music schools, they would fire you if you do this. Like, you cannot do these things. And using your voice in such a raw and almost like it's on the verge of sounding ridiculous almost, you know, like I remember Uta and I like listening to it and laughing afterwards, and then we play and then we do this voice, and then when we finish the recording we would laugh our ass out, which never happens. Normally we are kind of more serious, if you want, like we play music and we take it very seriously, which we do. But it was really like unleashing this way of really not being scared of going totally experimental, which we usually do, and at the same time making things that I wouldn't do in another kind of context, being the voice or something like this. To go back to the voice, of course, Ute was saying something very interesting, that the voice is the instrument that anybody plays. So when you go and play voice in front of an audience, you're playing the instrument of everybody. So it's really very different from any other instrument. It cannot be compared. It's really visceral for everybody, and you cannot but be empathic and relate to it. And in his case, he really pushes it like this Layla, my love, and this and all this is, it's really like not only using his voice, but really pushing it to the verge of caricature almost, and it works so well. So it's really very bold as a movement to do this kind of thing, and then to go with electronics on the voice, and then to come back to total traditional drumming, if you want. And this really liberates something for Ute and I in our work, and also his idea of this macro and micro, this idea of the whole composition is made of small elements, and in each element you have the whole composition, and in the whole composition you have all the elements. like it was really just 2-3 things like this that unleashed things that we are really still today. When we finished, we said we wish we could have still 2 more weeks to work more on. Like each time we play this thing we are in now, we are discovering so much passes we could follow. And all these passes, I imagine Halim El-Dabh saw them, and he was trying to pursue all of them. And this seminal work, as you named it, has all of them in a. It's so modern, like it's really mind-blowing. It's so modern and so daring in things that no Western composer would dare to do. It's too antagonist to put together, supposedly.
Wow, that was a very. Thank you so much for sharing that, actually, and your thoughts. I mean, I would just maybe ask like one last thought, as we will be. Also, we need to understand, right, that this is important to do what we're doing, I think. And you said that we didn't finish. Well, we didn't even begin. You know, truly, I think this is just the beginning of, you know, a series of serious looking at this legacy. You know, it doesn't take 1 or 2 or 15 or 20 programs. It actually takes dedication of reading and constant, you know, also understanding the vast amount of knowledge that is shared by Halim El-Dabh through his work. So I'm just saying that on that note, Mazen, we're all, I think, just beginning, right, to step. But I think, you know, maybe we could end with a question about listening, actually, because I think there is something also very interesting when you were saying about the relationship and the microcosm and the macrocosm. And then I was thinking also about, you know, improvisation as a space where listening also has to happen simultaneously, right? And I think that that in your work, that is a very important element of understanding one another, which also kind of implies another way of dealing with certain ways of performances or performing together with others. That is rather a means, maybe listening becomes a means of communication of some sort. So, which also is integral in Halim El-Dabh's philosophical thinking about music and its relationship between different, you know, composer, musician, quote unquote, audience, right? And how these relationships should be maybe more collaborative and co-authored and not, you know, and not hierarchical in some sense. So I'm curious about your relationship in that constellation towards the sensitivity of listening to one another, to the space, and so forth. Maybe Uta, you could.
Yeah, for me, it's like feedback in a way. Okay, I mean, we've been collaborating, and then we had that work of Halim El-Dabh to refer to. So, in a way, it's like, anyway, maybe I start with improvisation or how we structured the piece. Like when we play together, we listen to each other, we give space, and then at the same, it's that what I find very fascinating about improvisation, that it's this feedback of listening, of memory, of your own sound language which you've built, of, you know, reacting or not reacting. So it's a very complex situation and like a, yeah, constant feedback, and it's a lot happening at the same time. Listening, your own story, you know, what's happening, the surprises that are happening, the decisions you take. I listen, I step in, I go back. So, yeah, so of course we share all this as an improviser, and then it was, for me it was kind of magic to have the work of Halim El-Dabh, because we discovered so many doors. It was like, you know, we would open one door and then you would get more ideas, and they would open, like Mazen said, I mean, the piece is still now, we think, okay, when we perform it next time, we would step, you know, this way or this way. We got so many ideas, so it was much more complex than, let's say, we compose a piece, because it was like a triangle, you know, there was that ghost person always there. And that was very interesting because at the same time we could really relate to his work on so many different levels. Because we had that evening where we also were just listening to, to a few tracks and then come back the next day and improvise, and in a way it seeped in our awareness, or how can I say, so it was really like almost that ghost or spirit, let's say spirit, was there in a way, I think.
Yeah, it's funny that we, like, the idea of incorporating his own voice in our performance came very late, like we didn't.
Came very late.
And then said, hey, we can invite him, just be with us. And of course we didn't want to just put him like it had to be on a speaker or in Utter's mouth or in so it was really interesting to have him because he was a ghost, and his title Visitations is fantastic. And then for us it was clear we will call it Revisitations. So it was really revisiting his visitations, revisiting our own work under this idea, etc. And just to add one thing on the listening, because it's very important for us, I always think of our way of listening as improvisers as a kind of active listening, as opposed to a listening where you are interpreting music that is written. You kind of listen to make sure everything is going okay, like it should be. While in our practice, I feel listening is really, like you were saying, a feedback. It's like active listening. You are listening to be able to react in the same time and to continue listening while reacting. It's like two persons talking in the same time to each other all the time and listening to what the other is answering and being capable of continuing this conversation. It's really I'm very fascinated by this idea of how we could listen and be answering and listening at the same time as this feedback, because a real feedback, it goes bad at the end. If you do a feedback with electronics, at some point it goes to a way where you cannot get back from it. While here it's really like feedback on itself, and it's really fascinating to be able to work with this.
Incredible. Very, very inspiring work. Thank you so much for revisiting Halim El-Dabh through your revisitation. Thank you very much for revisiting that chapter of his work as well, and for offering us with this fantastic piece. Thank you very much. And
thank you, Camilla.
Thank
you very much.
Okay, so our last performance today is a dance performance by Medhat Aldaabal for the second time for Holm. This is part 2, and I would like to read the poem that Medhat sent me about this performance, written by Mahmoud Darwish. It's an extract from the dice player. When the sky appears gray, and I see a rose suddenly grew from the cracks of a wall, I don't say the sky is gray, but contemplate the rose and say to it, what a beautiful day. For you, my friend, I say at the entrance of night, if it had to be a dream, let it be like us. Simple. Thank you.
My education in Egypt was in agriculture. You know, I was an agricultural engineer, which I worked for a while in Egypt. And then one composition fell in the hand of Aaron Copland in Berkshires, and somehow they said anybody who writes a score like this should be my student. So Aaron Copland, I got cables, and I ended up coming. I invited to the United States to study to be a private student. New York was a place to meet all the great thinkers in music and the artists. Like, met a lot of, I was interested in the art as well. So it was like a vital part of my life to be in New York, really. I think I'm the only one who stayed a week in New York, ended up on Broadway. And I did work with France, which was performed in Egypt, at the pyramids of Egypt. So I have my music performed with an orchestra in France at the pyramids of Egypt every day since 1960. But I don't get any royalties. I get my music performed.
Brings a real healthy attitude to the department. He has a wonderful outlook on life.
I don't feel any different from what I felt 70 years ago when I was starting to compose. Actually, I started composing when I was 11, so more than 70 years. It's real. I get very excited working with people. So the whole meaning of composing to me is an interaction, rather than, you know, so the process, the interaction is the greatest pleasure for me.
So everybody has a responsibility. You can't let it die out. Because without your responsibilities, it's a waste. You know, if you don't want to be responsible, as I said before, you're your own reconnaissance. You're your own person for yourself. I'm not going to grade you. You're going to grade yourself, and you have to stand out for your own commitment, on your own.
I like to teach, and I like to interact, and I like to give new ideas.
With the flowers, everybody. Yeah, most kind of graceful.
To the university, he brings history. He also brings he's our elder, you know, and if you know anything about African culture, the elders are where you learn from. You don't learn from the parents, you don't learn from the kids, you learn from your superiors or your elders. For myself, he inspires me to strive to be a better person, a better drummer, to know more about my history as from the African side.
I think just working when you start, you learn from the student. I mean, you always learn from the students. You know, I don't feel like I have to tell them if they listen, but if they listen, they can teach me, you know. So it's interaction, you know, it could young person, old person, and you interact with people in the classroom, people on stage, on the theater. So I do interact with people, you know, in all areas of the creative arts. To create my music is a live experience to me, you know, like it's a continuous thing. It's not like just sitting and dragging myself. It's like how every interaction, small or big, becomes very significant to me. From the baby to all this, because everything is alive to me. I mean, people, environment, instruments, everything is alive. So
I feel like wherever I, you know, I mean, wherever, the moment I am in a place, that's the place.
Okay. So as I said in the beginning of the evening, we are celebrating Halim El-Dabh today, who would have been 100 years old, celebrating this son of Egypt, son of the African continent, one of the most important composers of the 20th century, this man who paved so many paths, who broke so many barriers. We celebrate him today. But today we also celebrate the short life of our dear friend, brother and colleague, Bona Manga Kingsley Bell, who passed on exactly 1 week ago. We will read a few poems in memory and in honor of Bona Bell. And I'll start with a poem by Christiana Rossetti that was shared with me, was sent to me by Jida Jenny Jones. And it goes, when I come to the end of the road and the sun has set for me, I want no rights in a gloom-filled room. Why cry for a soul set free? Miss me a little, but not for long, and not with your head bowed low, miss me, but let me go. For this is a journey we all must take, and each must go alone. It's all part of the master plan, a step on the road to home. When you are lonely and sick at heart, go to the friends we know, laugh at all the things we used to do, miss me, but let me go. Christiana Rossetti. The second poem I'd like to share is an excerpt from a poem by Ama Ata Aido called Awono. The translation. We need to sit and take a breath before we blind our eyes with tears, before the dying sun gets lost to us and the withering day dries in our hands. I dare not demand of destiny how we had earned this calamity, since one sage or another said, no one ever was privy to what passed in the hour of their parting between some other one and his maker. Nor dare we query where you were going, or what you would do when you got there. That would not at all be fair. That would not at all be right. And you, this earth, our dear mother, from whom we came and shall return, help us to sit around and mourn this brother, this teacher, this statesman, this cantor, this poet. Ama Ata Aido.
For Bonabel. Crisis. Counting cowries, clutching crosses, what fate only comes cresting on my tears, amidst private sorrows and public despair. I hug my grief for warmth, a solitary sleeper's pillow. Yet, I could have done with a bit of yesterday's happiness, marinated and matured to last through a lean season or two. But I can only recall how on the brink of fulfillment, doubt pricked my ears alert for the sound of tragedy knocking. Vision blurry with fear, speculations fill the hours. Shall I know joy when it comes again the next time around? Was also by Ama Ata Aido. Elegy for my friend Igalo by Masisi Kunene. You died without my knowing when I was out collecting firewood to roast the meat that we may dance over the earth, even with white fat oxen and dance, not caring for the shape of their horns. You died without my knowing when I thought I would tell you stories, saying, once upon a time on the earth, meaning we who are one with the years, meaning the beating of the hearts beating against the muscles of their desires. I bought them expensively with gold. You died without my knowing. You covered me with shame as I followed you, admonishing those who carried you not to imitate you, and say death is a common thing. If it were true, I would not be here. I would not have known that locusts greedily reap the fields, leaving the discordant symphony of naked stars. It is these that wept over the centuries.
The first poem I'm going to read is from the Yoruba tradition and was translated to English by Wole Soyinka. The hunter dies and leaves his poverty to his gun. The blacksmith dies and leaves his poverty to his anvil. The farmer dies and leaves his poverty to his hoe. The bird dies and leaves its poverty to its nest. You have died and left me abandoned in the dark. Where are you now? Are you the goat eating grass round the house? Are you the motionless lizard on the hot mud wall? If I tell you not to eat earthworms, it's like asking you to go hungry. But whatever they may eat in heaven, partake with them. A dead body cannot receive double punishment. If there is not cloth to cover it, there will always be earth to cover it. The second poem I'm going to read is one I wrote for Aldaabal, and unfortunately I couldn't find a title to read. This time has the power of healing even the most profound wounds. With time, tears run dry and left on our faces, scars of sorrow and sleepless bitter nights. Here I stand, knocking at heaven's gate. Here I stand, grieving at the door of life. Here I stand, begging for time to make out of each teardrop a smile. Today, as we mourn, I choose to celebrate life. I hold on to the light that followed each of your steps in our lives. At night, I look up to the skies and smile. The night has never been so illuminated. With my shaky hands, I try to firmly grasp the brightest star up there and bring it back to our hearts where it belongs. I had promised myself not to cry anymore. I had hoped the only pearls running down my cheeks would be raindrops, or perhaps tears of joy. But I guess certain promises are meant to be broken. Today, as we mourn, my heart is at peace. I think about you and know you are well. We think about you and remember you always wished us all to be well. May your path be a smooth one as you gently journey to the Almighty.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the beautiful words by my colleagues in the memory of Aldaabal. And our day today has come to an end. And I would like to thank everyone for all the work and the support, for everything that we have been doing. For that, I would like to read the names of those people that have been involved in making this program happen. You wouldn't be hearing what you're hearing without our wonderful sound engineer, Olivia Oyama. Thank you very much for being with us. Also, we wouldn't be lit up so beautifully without our light designer, Sanya Gergorik. Thank you very much. There is a huge team of camera people and a whole team around me here, surrounding us. So thank you very much, Abhishek Nilamgar, for supporting us with organizing this live stream together with Boiling Head Media, with camera by Georg, Christian, and Caro. Thank you all very much. We have been guided today through our lovely colleague Lily Somoji. Thank you, dear, for making us all come on time, leave on time, and making this program very light for us and on us. The Savvy Contemporary team involved in this program and beyond: Linhan Balatbat, Onur Chimen, Billy Fo, Antonio Mendes, Ola Jelinska, Sagal Farah, Anna Yeager, Juan Pablo Garcia Sosa, Lema Sikot, Peter Schulz. On top, I would sincerely like to extend a huge thank you to the artistic director of Savvy, Bonaventure Nedikung, who has brought this project from Dakar, or let's put it that way, who has pushed us to do the first iteration of this project in Dakar, in the Dakar Art Biennale in 2018, celebrating Halim El-Dabh, and then bringing it back here to Berlin. Thank you very much, Bona, for that, and for insisting to keep going, and to keep pushing, and to keep doing what we're doing. It goes without saying that nothing would have been, it goes without saying that our work is fundamentally also crucial and has been supported by Kulturstiftung des Bundes. Thank you for your support. The Berliner Festspiele MaerzMusik and Deutschlandfunk Kultur. And on that note, we would also like to thank Berno Odepolzer for all the support and all the collaboration of all the concerts between both venues. Finally, thank you to Medhat Aldaabal, Lois Alexander, Jessie Cox with Buwei and Nicola Hein, Ali Demirel, Jessica Ekomane, Mena Hanna, Ali Hasan, Sofia Jernberg, Mazen Kerbaj, Magda Mayas, Lorenzo Sandoval, and Ute Wassermann for their incredible work in celebrating, transmitting through their bodies, through their sonic works, through dance, through the multidisciplinary and extra-disciplinary entry into Halim and keeping his legacy alive. This is one of the few to come celebrations and honoring moments on Halim El-Dabh. So please stay with us and stay tuned. Thank you and good night.